I can't be late when we're going 15 minutes early. Come on. Think about it. You're not listening. You're not even thinking about it. You gotta think better. Duh. Yeah, exactly. Late to an early stream. Exactly. You can see you guys. You freaking guys. You freaking guys. Anyway. What up, everybody? It's going to be a good one today, man. It's going to be a good one. Look, why am I starting 15 minutes early? That's a good question. Hang on. Hang on. I still don't have my face on. Let's just see how it looks here. Oh, wait, it's normal. Okay. What up? Hey, look, we have a short amount of time. I got to try to finish this coffee, and I have to talk all about the Superman numbers and get all the negativity out of the way, and then we're going to get Rob on here. We're going to gush about Superman, talk about the DCU, the future. Out of curiosity, guys, I'm wondering how the weekend was for you. Did you guys go out and see Superman? I guess one thing that I'm really curious about is how many of you are legitimately going to be upset that anybody at all is even talking about Superman. Like, how many of you guys are mad that we're even going to take this shit seriously? Like, how many of you out there are like, why even talk about Superman? Fuck Superman. Bring Zack Snyder back. Like, look, I'm seeing a lot of energy out there, okay? I'm seeing a lot of energy, a lot of movement, a lot of feelings. Seems like you guys got a lot of feelings. We're going to get into it. We're going to talk about it all. But I was just like, I saw on Twitter, right, that, I posted that we were going to do the stream today. We're going to, talk to Rob. I'm excited to talk to Rob about it. And I saw like a bunch of people in the comments like, why even talk about Superman with all this Doomsday Fantastic Four stuff coming out? I'm like, it just came out. It's Superman. It's DC, the new DCU, Like it, love it, or hate it. I think it's sticking around at least for a couple more movies. So I want to talk about it. And also, I really do like the movie. That's the other thing, okay? I really did like the movie. So we'll get into it. But I also definitely want to know how everybody else is feeling about it. I wonder if that's going to be a thing. I mean, we'll get into my thoughts about the numbers and everything in just a minute here, guys. I think, frankly, Gunn could have done himself a favor and had, like, a bigger opening than Man of Steel and, like, obviously made more than Man of Steel. We'll get into it in a second. Because I think either way you slice it, no matter how many caveats, asterisks, no matter how much, context you try to give it, ultimately it's not performing at the level of Man of Steel. There's just no way around it. It could leg out over top of Man of Steel. But for now, that is not something that looks like it's going to happen to me. So, I think just given where everything's at, I don't know, man. I just think this is not going away, basically. This conversation about this version of Superman versus Snyder's and all that sort of stuff, DCU, all that sort of stuff, I just think it's not going away at this point. And so, I don't know. I mean, is that something they're okay with over there? Because I don't know. You know what I mean? And we'll get into it, okay? Give me just a minute. Let me sip on this coffee, and then we're going to get right into it. Came out of the theater praying that F4 is good. I think F4 is going to be great. Snyder who? Uh-oh. The hypocrisy is unreal from so many of y'all. I mean, look, that I don't know what exactly you're speaking about there, but I mean, hypocrisy is there's no shortage of hypocrisy in the world, man. Most people are hypocritical in at least some ways. I know I'm a big hypocrite, but I'd never admit it. Renee says, to offset some of the loss from the bet, got a job over last Friday. Can't wait to re-up with the Nerdvengers soon. Don't tell my wife about this. Oh, okay, nice. What bet? Are you talking about my bet? You guys think I'm going to lose the bet still? Oh, man, I actually feel more confident than ever in my bet. But, we'll get into it. WB reportedly spent a record $200 million for the marketing and couldn't hit the high end of predictions. Yeah. That's actually true. That's fair. Okay. So just 3 out of 10 is horrible. Oh man. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this. Let's begin the show. Like I said, we got Rob from Comics Explained joining the show in like 10 minutes, probably a little bit more than 10 minutes because I'm going to get caught yapping here. Apologies, Rob, if you're watching. I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible. We are going to go over the numbers for Superman. The numbers for Superman are pretty middle of the road. There's a good scenario here. There's a bad scenario here. I saw somebody say online that, and actually, this is a good place to start, actually. So when it comes to the Superman numbers in the box office weekend, I saw somebody online, I forget who it was, but they had the take that these Superman box office numbers are right in the ballpark where you could write any headline you want to write, and you're probably not that far off. Meaning, it is so middle of the road, it is so far away from great and so far away from terrible that depending on your lean, depending on what aspect you want to focus on, you could say some really negative things about this movie's performance. You could say some really positive things about this movie's performance. So that is literally where we're at. I agree with that take. I think that's a good take. We are going to know a lot more going into week 2. We are going to know a lot more going into week 3. Okay. So that is a thing. But now let me just admit something that for whatever reason, a lot of people in Hollywood have a problem or have trouble admitting here. And that is that Man of Steel is operating. If you look at Man of Steel and how it was performing, it did better than Superman. And I know because you've probably seen so many different headlines. There's all sorts of characters out there covering this thing in all sorts of different ways. By the way, not everybody's fault. Hollywood's being weird about this. So when they say largest 3-day ever, and then they count Tuesday and Thursday in the 3-day, and they just call it 3-day, I totally understand why people see that. And they're like, oh, so it made more in 3 days, you know what I mean? And that's actually not true. So real quick before we get into all of what this could mean, let's just talk numbers here, okay? So Superman came in yesterday, reported by Warner Brothers, that's important to note, at 122 domestic and 217 worldwide. Now, we will get what are known as actuals sometime today, maybe even in the next couple of hours. The actuals could adjust a little bit up. They could adjust a little bit down. So that's a thing. But these are based on the Sunday numbers that were coming in early. These are the numbers reported by Warner Brothers. So let's break those numbers down a little bit. I mean, one of the things you keep seeing over and over again is that Man of Steel only opened to 121 million domestic. And that is because back in the day, they did not count the Thursday box office. So here's something really interesting about box office. And I actually learned a little bit more about this too over the past 72 hours. So we're about to talk about Superman's opening weekend, and then we're going to compare it to its weekend 2 to calculate the week 1 to week 2 drop-off, right? You've heard about this. We talk about this a lot, right? So the week 1 to the week 2 drop-off does not actually include the weekdays. Okay, so for instance, whatever Superman makes today, whatever Superman makes tomorrow, Wednesday, I think even until Thursday, are not going to count for its second weekend box office. Now, it will count in the total gross of the movie, but when we see all those comparisons, all those percentage drops, they are not going to include the box office from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Now, that principled thinking used to apply to the very first week of a release, meaning when Superman, or rather when Man of Steel first released, the Thursday stuff was just considered like pudding or whatever. They didn't count it as the weekend, period. However, you can find 12-year-old articles where Forbes itself is in its headline reporting that Man of Steel made 128 million domestic over the course of its first opening weekend, right? So it's a little bit weird, and what happens now is they technically call all of the Thursday showings previews to the weekend, and therefore lump it all together, okay? So just so you're keeping track at home, Man of Steel 12 years ago opens at 128 total. Superman in 2025, 12 years later, opens at 122, possibly 121, possibly 123, depending on what actuals are later today. Okay, now let's talk about international. International, Superman opens higher than Man of Steel. But did it really? Okay, did it really? And here's where things get tricky, and this is a lesser known thing. This is something that people aren't bringing up as much. But I guess I got to tell you, I'm always going to try to be fair about this shit. I'm always going to try to like just tell you how I see it. Okay. The reality is this: 12 years ago, we did not open movies internationally in all of the markets all at once. Okay. And in fact, it used to kind of be a thing. This is like totally gone away, by the way, but it used to kind of be a thing that a United States movie, a Hollywood movie dropping in an American marketplace was like the envy of the world. And other markets used to like see how this market reacted to it and then would be so happy when it finally came to their market. So in the opening weekend of Man of Steel, only 22, I believe, maybe 24 territories of a possible 40 plus territories opened. So Man of Steel opens at 73 million internationally, but it only had half of the markets. And it was missing massive markets like China, which it grossed $50+ million on. Superman will not even get close to that. And other international markets treated Zack Snyder's movie much more kindly than what we are seeing with Superman. The trick is, and this is something that's going on with Hollywood just in general. Hollywood continues to play little games and continues to try to fudge the numbers a little bit. I think to make it look like the industry's not in like as much of a decline as it actually is. And so now we lump it all together. Now we open in as many markets as we possibly can because we want the headline, biggest opener ever, blah, blah, blah. Okay? So that's the reality of the situation with the opening for Superman. So what is this opening exactly? Where does this movie go from here, right? So the projections on this thing and where people see it going are varying wildly right now. Okay? And there's so much data, there's so many things that people are trying to look at. We really are not going to know until weekend 2. You know, I've personally been watching, and I'm sure many of you have as well, right? Like, I have personally been watching how a lot of other people in the space have been covering this thing, and it's fascinating. So, like, I personally don't agree with, like, what a lot of people are saying, okay? However, Grace Randolph, I watched her movie, Matthew. I thought it was fantastic, but I just don't agree with some of her takes. They're so wild. So, like, for instance, she thinks the movie, number one, can still get a 7 in front of it. But number 2, she says if it doesn't get a 7 in front of it, that gun should be replaced. And I'm just like, this is too fucking wild on both ends of the spectrum. Number 1, I personally do not see this movie making $700 million. Like, I do not see that happening. Okay, and I'll talk about why in a second here. But I also do not think if it doesn't get to 700, you just get rid of James Gunn. That's crazy, I think, personally. Okay, so I don't know why she said that. I mean, she's entitled to her take, of course, but it's a little odd, right? Because Gunn literally came out a couple of weeks ago and said it's ridiculous to think the movie doesn't or needs to get to 700. I actually agree with him. I don't think it needs to get to 700. And then on top of that, in the Wall Street Journal on Friday, they dropped that this movie only needs to get to 500 million for Warner Brothers to be satisfied. Okay. Now, again, look, some of you guys are going to be pissed off. Some of you guys are going to hate this, but it just is what it is. So I'm always going to be fair. I'm always going to tell you how it is. You can decide to like it or not. That's totally fine. Up to you, right? But here's the thing. We live in an age right now with Hollywood where the studios are playing this weird game. They're going to call out these weird fake numbers. Like with Captain America, it was 425. With Thunderbolts, I think it was just 400. They're sort of calling their shots. By the way, both those movies, I think, missed those numbers, which is hilarious. But they're calling their shots now, and it's all because the industry has just changed and the expectations are different, right? So here's the rub, man. I think if this movie gets to $500 million, they're going to continue. And I think it will get to $500 million. I gotta tell you, though, I think it'll barely get to 500. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, but let me just tell you why, okay? The movie has really high scores. Okay, really high scores. You would think that would really matter. However, I gotta say, there's a couple of data points really working against Superman as far as its like longevity. Number 1, this soft international is crazy. This thing came in like 3rd in Korea. You know what I mean? And look, it's not to say that any one of these particular markets overseas matters, but it seems like it's basically soft in every single one. It's super soft in the UK, it's super soft in Germany, super soft in China. Like, I don't know why exactly, but this movie is not doing well internationally. And Zack Snyder shit famously did well internationally. You know, people love Zack Snyder, okay? I know some of you are like, stop talking about Zack Snyder. Fuck you. Make a movie that makes more money than him first. Then we'll stop talking about Zack Snyder, okay? Reality is, I don't think this thing is going to get to that 700. I think it'll get to the 5 because of basically Fantastic Four. Now, I think if you look out there, there are some pundits, there are some people out there that believe Fantastic Four is going to also operate soft compared to what you would expect. Maybe Fantastic Four is also going to come in light because comic book movie fatigue, Marvel fatigue, etc., right? Even if that happens, I cannot imagine a world in which Superman, which will lose at least half of its premium screens and will have all the marketing buzz go to the Fantastic Four. I just simply cannot imagine a world in where Superman holds on past Fantastic Four, even if Fantastic Four operates poorly. Like, that's just what I think. I do not see it. Like, it would have to, like, all the projections we had last week, guys, all the projections we had last week, and I remember even on Monday, like, people got all butthurt about me saying this or whatever, but I said, even on the high end, it's 250. And I said then, it has to get close to that 250 or it is fucked because of how front-loaded it has to be. Okay? So, I don't know. That's the, as far as I understand it, that, like, my take on the numbers overall are good enough, probably, with all sorts of asterisks, all sorts of things to say about it. Here's the problem, though. Can you build from this into a more successful Supergirl movie and Clayface movie? That actually seems a little silly to me, and particularly because Superman has such a strong connection to Supergirl, right? Like, so I was trying to explain this to my wife last night, because I said, looking at the Superman performance, I actually think it might have been a mistake to do Supergirl next. And my wife was like, what do you mean? Why? And I was like, because imagine you did Hulk and it performed like okay, not crazy good, but like okay. And then the next movie you did was She-Hulk. Right? Like, it might, and I'm not, she's a derivative of Superman. And look, she's way different. She's way different. All of us that saw the movie know that. But there's a ton of people that didn't see this movie, obviously. Otherwise, it'd be operating at the level of the dinosaur movie or the Minecraft movie or Lilo and Stitch, which all open around $100 million more than this movie, right? So I'm a little nervous for the DCU overall. I think if Warner Brothers can take the good from this movie, build upon it, make some really smart decisions moving forward, they're going to be okay. Because there's a lot of good here. There's a lot of really cool stuff here. And obviously this movie is resonating with people. Not everybody, of course. But it is resonating with people. And I think Warner Brothers has buckled the fuck in, man. So, I look, at the end of the day, the die has been cast. This is the DCU for at least a couple of years. That's just really and truly my take. This is the DCU. This is DC now. For at least the next few years. And depending on what happens, this is permanently the DCU. Or maybe for like 10, 20 years or whatever, right? Warner Brothers keeps talking about this 10-year plan. I think Warner Brothers is pretty committed to this 10-year plan. Supergirl would have to really underperform. Lanterns would have to do badly. A lot of bad stuff would have to happen for Warner Brothers to put the kibosh on this universe. That's my personal opinion here. And that's what I have to say about the numbers. Now, I want to get Rob in here, and I want to shift the conversation to just gushing about the movie and gushing about the universe. So that's what we're going to fucking do today. However, I will allow a little bit of time here for you guys to, like, get your complaints out or argue with me about how you see it or whatever, you know. So what are your thoughts, chat? What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? All right, let me get into some of these soupies I missed here. My wife is a Christopher Reeve Superman fan. We both love Superman. Happy it wasn't politically based on what people were saying. Yeah, 100%. Elijah, why did your thing change? Why did you change your name? Melvin? Are you Melvin or something? What the hell's going on? Everyone go see Superman. It is awesome. It's so fun. All of these writers are wrong. My IMAX theater was packed and everyone clapped. Refreshingly fun. Cool. Shalami Leaner says, I saw Superman on Friday and I gotta say, I just liked it. I think it was a fun movie, but kind of hope for more. Yeah, I think that's fair. I have a whole list here of things I think they can do to improve the DCU to make it pop more. But we'll get into that after our conversation with Rob. We got a big old stream today, man. I told Rob I was gonna move a lot of stuff out of the way, so we're gonna get as much time as Rob wants. We're gonna dig into this shit, and then I do have other stuff to talk about. Right? I have, I got other stuff to talk about. So we'll get into it. There's a lot. Zach says, happy Monday, Nerd Avengers. I saw Superman over the weekend and still think Man of Steel is better. However, I love this movie, and I think his universe will be much better than the DCEU. I'll watch after work. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably where I'm at with it, too. I legitimately like Man of Steel better. Like, and I know a lot of you guys were, like, asking me about it last week. I thought a lot about it. I watched Superman again, Gunn Superman, and I like Man of Steel better. Like, straight up, I like it better. However, I love this Superman movie. Like, I truly love the Superman. I liked it even more than the second time. I think it's really good, man. But it's really, like, the thing that's weird about Superman is, like, in some ways, it feels like issue 37 of a big run. In other ways, it feels like issue 1 or 2. It is at the same time so far ahead in its canon that it does not hold your hand and there's just, like, a lot of questions. And yet, everything in it is so, like, 101 DC. Like, it's basic DC. It is very surface level. Here's this character. Here's what he's about. You know what I mean? So, weird movie in that regard, right? I don't know. Look, I have all sorts of stuff. I think they need way less Gunn. Like, I'm going to be honest. I'll just put that out there. I think they need way less Gunn. I know he's writing, like, the next thing. I wouldn't even have him write the next thing. I would literally have him not write and direct anything else in this universe. I know that's not going to happen because, like, yeah. I understand how people see this completely differently than me, but I'm more excited for the future of the DCU outside of the purview of Gunn, straight up, And that's not to say he didn't do a good job here, because he did a great job here of a couple of really important things. But I don't want to see this, like, be the thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if that makes sense. Star Wars Sith says, I still haven't seen Superman yet. I'd rather see Jurassic first. Fair. People like them dinos, man. Makes me crazy, but they do. Tommy Fawcett, welcome back to the Nerd Vengers. Ben HB2QX says, with a $20 holla, that's very generous. Appreciate you. Says, the man of knowledge must be able to not only love his enemies, but also hate his friends. Nietzsche. James Gunn has his flaws, but man, that movie was good. Also, Josh, can you post the P.O. box? I have a preezy for you. I don't know what a preezy is, brother, but yeah, somebody post him the P.O. box, please. Thank you, man. Yeah. No, I think Gunn is certainly a flawed dude, and I think the run of this film, the promotion of this film, might have been pretty flawed looking at it now. But the movie itself is great, and man, there's just a lot of really good stuff operating here. So I'm pretty happy about that. Brucifer Slay says they need to add Matt Reeves' Batman to this universe. They need something to bring in more attention to the universe. Totally agree, 100%. And that is actually, unfortunately, part of the problem here. If Reeves' Batman is not ready until 2027, can Gunn's universe really just wait? Do you see what I mean? Like, that is a tricky thing going on there, man. I liked it a lot, but didn't feel like a movie 12-year-olds made by 12-year-olds. Lacked depth and all around, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I actually think there's more depth than people are giving it credit for. However, I totally understand why people are just not seeing it, because it is wrapped up in a really, like, adolescent, like, surface level place. But I think there's some depth here, but I understand what you're saying. Zach says, just need F4 to come out and change the game. Oh, F4, we're going to talk a lot about F4 later. And, dude, F4 is looking strong, man. Like, whoo, F4 is looking strong, man. Does box office matter? It will make it back in DTC. I think at a 45 window is killing the industry. So yeah, I think box office matters. And here's one thing I'll say about this, okay? And then we got to get Rob in here, guys. We got to get Rob in here. We got to gush about this shit, okay? Here, I have this written down in my notes. You know, if Gunn wanted the Snyder fans to be quiet, he needed to beat Snyder's movie. Like, that, I understand that, like, it doesn't make or break the film, but, dude, come on. Like, let's just be real here. You might not like the Snyder fans. You might think they're crazy. Gunn's shit is not doing as good as Zack's. Period. So, like, what do you want these bros to do, man? Because it doesn't matter what you want them to do. I'll tell you what they're going to do. Never let it go. And I mean, never let it go. And I would ask Warner Brothers, right? Like, you having a good time with the online discourse? Because Gunn can make a little joke about it with the monkeys as much as he wants. This thing might barely make $500 million. Are you having a good time with the bed that you made? Like, legitimately. If they wanted to quiet those people, make more money. Like how is that unfair? That's not unfair, guys. That's not unfair. That's like if you were just like in any other setting. If this was like street rules or whatever. Like, come on, man. Like, that's just obvious. If you want to shut them up, show up. Put up the numbers. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to be chill about it because I love the movie and I think they're going to get more and I think it'll get much better. But this is one thing that, like you say, the box office doesn't matter. It matters for this. It matters for this 100%, dude. Because this shit will never stop. Never. So, there you go. Tazlad says, I would like to see the Legion of Superheroes in the next Superman film. Even more comic book weirdness, time travel would be great. Yeah, man. That's gonna be really interesting to see how they handle all that. I got some stuff in my notes about time travel and whatnot. We'll see when we get into the call with Rob. Delta Dan says 21 is my lucky number. Haven't seen it yet. I think it's cool to bring my 7-year-old to. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Not worried about spoilers. Call Rob. Yes, we're about to call Rob. Has the foreign movie market been soft in general or specific to Superman? They've been softer, but they are not soft like this, bro. I'm telling you, this is an abnormal reaction. This is real bad. Make more money. How more than Man of Steel 600 plus more than Man of Steel adjusted for inflation? Yeah, no, I would settle for just more money in general. The inflation argument is fair, but at the same time, like, dude, let's just start with making more money in general. You know what I mean? And look, I know some people think it still can. Like, Gray still thinks it'll leg out to 700. Other people think it'll still leg out to 700. Guys, I don't see that shit at all. I don't see that shit at all. I see this thing barely getting over 500. Now, if I'm wrong, whoo, they're off to the races, bro. They're off to the races. If this thing somehow gets to $700 million, James Gunn needs to just hit the floor, be on his knees and just be fucking thankful to the gods of the universe, because I do not see a scenario in which this thing gets to $700 million. Like, I just personally don't see it. Okay? Anyways, guys, I think it's now time to shift into some discussion about the Superman film. I'm going to call Rob in just a second here. Rob is obviously a comic book aficionado, but much more than I am. He is a DC aficionado. He knows so much shit when it comes to DC. This is a new universe, but obviously Gunn is a massive DC Comics fan. You can see all sorts of stuff being set up in this film, all sorts of stuff that Gunn is hoping, I think, to develop and play with later on. Gunn, massive nerd, big-time comic book fan, and so it's exciting to see all of this different stuff that he has, and to speculate about how all of this stuff could work out within the film. So I'm going to call Rob in just a second here, guys. And I have a bunch of questions for Rob and a bunch of stuff I want to talk to him about. But at the same time, I want to try to get some of your questions for Rob answered as well. So we're going to go full spoilers into the film here. And let me try now to get Rob on the horn, as it were. Jupiter says this will be stuck in the 2020s. Gun Superman Forever. Man of Steel is already aging like fine wine. Yep. And then let me do a thing here. Okay. Whoa, what up, brother? Not too much. Chat, can you hear Rob, or do I need to switch it up again? Probably need to switch it up, right? Let me see here. Okay, yeah, we got to run this through.
Definitely make my audio louder.
No. It's more of the back end of the stream. I had to fix it up, but I think we're good now. Chat, you got him now?
Oh, okay. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
I think we got you loud and clear. So, Rob,
okay.
First of all, thanks for doing this, man. Appreciate you, bros. Do you want to start by just talking about the movie a little bit, like our feelings, and then I'll hit you with some questions. We can kind of pick your brain.
I mean, I'm not picky, man. I enjoyed it. Like, I thought it was a fantastic movie. I mean, it certainly had its issues. I mean, there were things about it that didn't necessarily make any sense, right? Like, that whole building comes crashing down onto the bridge, and Superman's like, I'll just hold up the building. It's like, just move the chick in the car.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, there's a couple moments like that, yeah.
There's a couple moments like that. Now that could also kind of, I mean, that's one of those things you can kind of alter either way, or you can argue either way. It's like, well, it's a Superman who's less experienced, right?
Yep.
But it's also kind of like, I mean, that'd be the first thing I would do. Like, we'll just move the car out of the way.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like literally, because the bridge was going to just get destroyed anyway. Like the whole point of holding up the building was that she could move, and then he like let the building collapse, and then the bridge went down. So it's like, just move the car. Like,
I agree.
Be a lot faster.
I agree, and I'll say a couple things about that actually, because I rewatched Justice League Doom with that was based off of Tower of Babel, I think, by Mark Waid, right? I think it was one of the animated ones.
I don't remember who wrote Tower of Babel, but I do remember Tower of Babel.
Yeah, I think it was Mark Waid.
The Batman Protocols?
Yeah, but then I think Dwayne McDuffie is the one that adapts it for Bruce Timm and all, or for that stuff, right? But anyway, the point is, I was watching that over the weekend because, the wife and I really liked Superman, so I was trying to introduce her to more DC. And we're watching that, and there's a moment at the end of the film where the solar flares headed to Earth, and Superman literally deadass says, can I just move the Earth out of the way? And Batman literally hits him with, if we had a week, I would not be able to explain all the reasons why that won't work. And I was like, dude, Superman's just like that. Like, he's not a thinker like that, although he does become a scientist, which is kind of interesting too, right? But yeah, I think he's just like kind of a good old boy that's gonna jump to the first thing that pops into his mind more than he's gonna go through a series of like, thought processes or whatever. So, but that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. But overall, you liked it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on whatever you're talking about, right? Like, there's a I don't remember which issue it is from back in the day. There were so many. Back in the Silver Age, there's this point where, like, because like in the Silver Age, they would just like indiscriminately give Superman powers, right? They would just be like, Superman has the power to do whatever in the hell he needs because the plot demands it. And so it's like it's like the cover of the comic where it's like Lois Lane gives him a jar of jelly beans, and it's like, how many jelly beans are in this? And he was like, and she's like, you can't use X-ray vision. And he's like, that's fine. I'll just use super mathematics, and just like calculates arbitrarily. Yeah. So, but the funny thing is, Superman is a lot smarter than he's usually depicted in the comics. Like, he's wildly intelligent. Because, I mean, you got to think, he comes from like a super advanced race, right? He's got technology within the Fortress of Solitude that is light years ahead of anything or anything most people are capable of outside of like Lex, Mr. Terrific, Batman. And he's got an eidetic memory, right? He remembers everything he sees. So Superman is really, really, really smart. But I mean, nobody really wants to read a story where Superman solves problems with mathematical proofs.
Sure. Yeah.
They don't want to read a story like, what if Neil deGrasse Tyson was Superman? Right? They're like, it's Superman. We want to see him just like achieve these ridiculous feats of strength.
Yeah.
And teach his son how to be a superhero. And like, that's it. So to that point, but I will say that's one of the things that I did enjoy about this movie. And because I like when I tried to call you, I was on the drive back home, and I ended up actually calling Victor when you hit me up and was like, dude, let's just do a live stream.
Yeah.
And one of the things that he and I were talking about, and this is going to piss off Snyder fans to no end, and that's fine. This movie feels like what Man of Steel should have been.
Right.
Because when you take this movie and you compare this movie to Man of Steel, it's just a more lighthearted version of Man of Steel.
Yeah,
right.
I agree.
It's a version of Superman who's not sitting around all day, smoking cigarettes, listening to The Cure, complaining about, is humanity worth a damn? Right. Like spending his days on a fishing boat and, and just kind of keeping a low, keeping a low profile.
Sure.
No. It's definitely a super, like the movie as a whole, sure. It feels like the old Christopher Reeve Superman, all that kind of stuff, but it feels like what Superman should be.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. Metropolis feels like a city that you want to live in. It doesn't feel like a city that's, a 10-hour drive that way. Right. It just feels like this wholly different city that you would actually want to go. And in a lot of ways, it kind of feels like the city of tomorrow, so to speak. So I think James Gunn captured that almost perfect. And in a lot of ways, I feel like the version of Metropolis that we got feels like the version of Metropolis from like Superman the Animated Series.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels so much like that.
Yeah.
And then there's Superman himself. And one of the biggest issues that DC has always had with Superman in the comics is how do you tell the story of a nigh omnipotent, virtually indestructible man, as far as most all human beings on Earth are concerned. And how do you tell that story in a way that makes him interesting to the reader?
Sure.
And so that's why when you get these iconic moments from Frank Thierry's, Superman Rebirth and Dan Jurgens' Action Comics Rebirth, and you get these discussions that he has with his son, about what it means to actually be a hero. And you get stories like Injustice Gods Among Us, where the Joker destroys everything Superman knows and loves, and Superman becomes a dictator out of heartbreak. It's why those stories hit so much harder, because everything else in between is like, I'm Superman, and I can solve every problem like that, it's just like every Superman story ever.
Yeah.
This, I think, was fantastic, because there's that great speech at the end of the movie when he's talking to Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
And he talks about how he's just as human as anybody else, because human beings don't have all the answers. And life is messy and life is hard. And more often than not, life is messy and hard because human beings make life messy and hard. And so he gets up in the morning and puts one foot right in front of the other, just like everybody else. The only difference is that he is in a position to, number one, lead humanity into a better future, and to, number two, fix most problems that humanity simply just isn't equipped to fix. Right? He can save all kinds of people, all that kind of stuff. But the fact that he doesn't have it all figured out, I think, is what kind of ties him down into everything else. And I love that element. I love the element of a Superman that doesn't have it all figured out, but he's trying.
Yeah.
And Man of Steel kind of had that to a degree. The problem is that the Henry Cavill story in Man of Steel, I think, was diminished by the environment of Man of Steel, which was a very dark feeling, very dark film. Right?
Yeah.
The overall environment was dark. It was not hopeful. And so you kind of anchored yourself to Superman in that way. And I don't really know if that's something that Snyder was shooting for,
right?
Or whatever the case happens to be. And again, this it's going to piss off Snyder fans, but if you say anything other than Zack Snyder's films were the greatest superhero films of all time, you're going to piss off Snyder fans, right? So who cares?
Oh yeah, no, I'm already super pissed just hearing. No, I'm just kidding. But
oh yeah, 100%. You know, this interview's done. Right? Just hang up.
Well, what's funny is, like, traditionally Victor, as far as I remember, he was a big defender of a lot of Zack's stuff, right? Has he flipped on that somewhat, or?
I don't necessarily know that I would say that Victor flipped. Right? I don't know if I'd put those words in his mouth per se, but
sure.
The discussion that we had, I think that for Victor, as much as he is like a comic book fan as you and me and most any other hardcore fan out there, Victor, I think, actually, hold on a second. Let me, I'm actually going to send this live stream to him. If I'm going to talk about him, I at least want him to know what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. Because I just remember literally he was, he really thought the Martha, he was like defending the Martha stuff. This was like right after BVS had come out when I met him in Chicago. And I just remember being like, I was so against it. But, you know, he thought it was like, well, I bet you never put that together, though, that their moms were the same name. And I was like, I mean, fair. You know what I mean? I never really found that, I guess. But I thought the execution was just bad on that. But, yeah, so what I'll say to this, Rob, is because I actually have an interesting question. I've got something here. You made me think of something that I was going to ask way later, but I kind of want to ask you right now, okay? Do you want to figure this thing out with Victor first, or?
No, I mean, I just texted to him. Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, he's you know, he got me on.
So here's
like, he saw it.
so here's my question, because I think you're right about like you're right about the tone of the Superman movie, and it's very hopeful and it feels right for the character of Superman, right? Like I agree with you, and I thought Zach's take was like it's borderline Elseworld, but it's really just a deconstruction of what would the weight of that, like what would the weight of actually being Superman in the real world look like? Like Zach's doing like almost a postmodern, kind of deconstruction of what that would look like for the world, what that would look like for a parent, what that would look like for a human being, all of that, right? And Gunn is doing much more of like he's just got a big heart and he's kind of like a boy and he's just like trying to do the right thing and he's earnestly just trying to do the right thing with these incredible powers, and it feels much more right for the character. But here's my question to you. I was actually watching a video of yours earlier this morning, and you were talking about how like one of the crisis, I think it was maybe it was after Identity Crisis. Was that the next one, Infinity Crisis? You were talking about how
Infinite Crisis.
Infinite Crisis. You were talking about how Jeff Johns was coming in to do meta commentary on DC at the time because DC had gotten way too dark. And if you looked at some of the stuff that was leading up to that, and we're going to get into some of the Maxwell Lord stuff and the Almacs and all that sort of stuff, right? But if Crisis and some of these moments become a referendum on the darkness of DC, does that not mean that a lot of DC's actual comic book catalog gets actually pretty dark, and a lot of this happens around Clark, right?
Well, okay. So something to keep in mind here is that Jeff Johns has, as far as I can gather, has always had a hard on for the Silver Age.
Okay.
Right. Like he always had a hard on for, Mort Weisinger's Superman, right? The old school, well, I guess maybe Batman back in the Silver Age was kind of hitting a rough patch. I think most people would agree that the 70s run from Neil Adams and Dennis O'Neil is kind of like the Superman of, it was really more the Bronze Age, but I guess, the late Silver Age, if that's what you want to call it. But,
sure.
He always kind of had a hard on for that era. And I think that's why a lot of Infinite Crisis was Superboy Prime kind of being the Jeff Johns allegory for his depiction of the DC universe at that point in time. That ever since, even with Marvel, right? Like the night Gwen Stacy died, like that was kind of like when Jerry Conway wrote that was kind of the turning point for comics, right?
Sure.
Like, oh my God, the superhero failed to save this girl. That's never happened, right? And that story kind of laid the groundwork. Coming after what Chris Claremont did with the X-Men and what Roy Thomas was doing with Such As Wise, with the Fantastic Four and so on, and even what was happening with DC with other characters. By the time you got around to like the 80s, and you had The Dark Knight Returns from Frank Miller, the stage had already been set for creating a story that would be accepted by the reader of a very dark, brooding, and almost anti-hero type of character. And so by the time, Infinite Crisis came around in the mid-2000s, you had what was basically 20 years of the rise of anti-heroes. And so Jeff Johns' whole perspective on all of that was, but that's not how it's supposed to be, right? You have the superheroes and you have the bad guys, and the superheroes beat the bad guys, and the bad guys go to jail, done, right? And then, of course, the bad guys escape, and but there's this clear line of demarcation between the heroes and the villains. Right, there's a clear distinction there.
Yeah.
And that's why you had that whole instance. So Superboy Prime, fighting Young Justice and the Teen Titans, and Superman of Earth 1 and Earth 2, and the whole time he's saying things like, you're making me like you, and that kind of thing. Like his whole idea of punching reality, breaking out of quote unquote paradise because he wanted to fix the DC universe, like that sort of thing. Now, how much of that is actually like how Jeff Johns truly felt in his heart of hearts, I don't fully know, but I think the proof is in the pudding. But it's simply just to say that the era of anti-heroes and the dark nature of DC characters at that point absolutely had its detractors, but there were also people who loved it. Right? There were people who loved the idea of Wally West as the Flash being depicted in this way from Mike Baron and Mark Waid and Grant Morrison and even Jeff Johns, where the stories were messy, right? They were not clean, and it was not this clear Silver Age Barry Allen from DC Showcase number 4, and that kind of thing, where he was where Wally West was trying to figure himself out. And he doesn't know what it means to be the Flash. All he has is Barry Allen as his kind of depiction. But at the same time, he doesn't want to be Barry Allen, right? And then he's wrestling with the fact that he's the most powerful of the Flashes. And then there's the whole issue with, Linda Park and his kids and so on and so forth. And so you have instances where darker stories have their place. I think the issue with what Zack Snyder did is that everything felt that way.
Right.
The entirety of everything felt that way. It didn't feel like you were in the Superman universe when you were watching a Superman movie. It felt like it was Superman in Batman's universe.
Right. Yep. That's fair.
And it was Wonder Woman in Batman's universe. And everybody was in Batman's universe, where everything's just really dark and really brooding, and there really isn't a whole lot of hope and that kind of thing.
Yep.
And then when you take that overall environment and then you throw a Superman in there who's basically the New 52 Superman, who doesn't have it all figured out and he's trying to figure it out and all that kind of stuff, it makes it feel less like a coming of age story, so to speak, for Superman. And it makes it feel more like this is just a really, really dark, crappy universe where everybody's kind of cynical.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it takes away from what Superman is supposed to be.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally fair. It's just, I think there's a question here for me because I love this tone, but in a way, this feels like a perfect, issue number 1 of a Superman run and not the first issue of a brilliant Justice League run. Do you know what I mean? Like, in the sense that this movie just makes you really fall in love and authentically feel what Clark is like. And I loved how he changes a lot of the characters around him. That's a quality of a really strong, charismatic, and lovable character is Green Lantern and Mr. Terrific kind of flip and help with the war at the end, right? And, Lois is kind of won over. The public, gets back in love with Superman after the big controversy and all that. And I think that's great and that's incredible. But I do think some of the juice, just in my research of where do we think we're going here, right? I mean, you take almost any of these characters and you think about some of the things the movie could be setting up, and it almost always takes us to what I found to be a pretty dark story. So it's I feel like DC, I guess I'm just really interested in where we go from here and if Gunn has thought about this at all, because Lanterns looks to be a little bit more serious and perhaps get into it a little bit more. I don't know what to think about Supergirl. Part of me thinks Supergirl might be, kind of doubling down on Superman, but then there's no Boy Scout. So she's just living her best life, you know what I mean? And going crazy. And this all seems fun, but the more I think about the best DC stories, I think the ones that really are what you would look at as the template for the big event films or the next big movie, because they need to go bigger, obviously. I think it goes into a dark place. So I'm wondering, how do you think Gunn's gonna handle that? What do you think the move is on the future of the DCU tonally?
Well, I think that the Justice Gang, it's JSA. Right, the Justice Society of America, is what that's going to be.
I think it might be checkmate, to be honest, a little checkmate action, but we'll get there.
Well, Maxwell Lord definitely indicates checkmate.
Right.
Maxwell Lord's 100% checkmate. We'll talk about that here.
Yeah.
He's 100% checkmate. But I think that Guy Gardner. Let's be honest here, right? Post Crisis on Infinite Earths, when DC made Justice League International, it was a team of the unsellables. Right? That's why they threw Batman on there, right? Because it was a reason to get people to care about it.
Yeah.
And if people even remember back long enough, DC actually had a line of comics called Justice League Detroit.
Whoa.
Right. So
okay.
It was a Detroit-based Justice League team.
That sounds kind of cool, man.
It was a terrible idea.
Yeah.
The comic is every bit as bad as you probably think it is.
Okay.
But I think that I think they're setting up JSA. I think Justice Society is going to be the kind of, hey, this is the precursor, the smaller version of the Justice League, and then I think we're going to actually get the Justice League, and a lot of that's because Guy Gardner's cool, Mr. Terrific's cool, but they're not Justice League level.
Sure.
Because while Mr. Terrific is technically smarter than Batman I think is more versatile than Mr. Terrific.
Sure.
And Batman's on the Justice League, right? So
yeah,
Batman's
also
would be
Batman,
having two
dude.
Reed Richards.
It's hard to
Yeah.
I mean, dude. Oh man, not to get totally sidetracked here, but especially after watching Doom over the weekend, you're just dude, they need Batman fast. But anyway, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, they need Pattinson's Batman is what they need.
I agree.
But yeah, I think they're kind of setting up the JSA. But you do raise a good point about Supergirl, right? Like, what's the point of Supergirl? Because I mean, historically speaking, right? Whether you're looking at the old Adventure comics when they introduced Supergirl and she was a backup feature for a decade, in Adventure comics, or you're talking about like Supergirl's story, right? Whatever iteration you are talking about, by the time Supergirl comes onto the scene in DC Comics, Superman is established.
Yeah.
And so Superman is like, well, Kara Zor-El, I'm glad you survived our planet's destruction. Welcome to Earth. I'll be your guide and I'll teach you what it means to be a superhero.
Right.
And like that's it.
Yep.
But like that's not corn sweat Superman.
They can't do that for a number of reasons, actually. But go ahead.
That's not corn sweat Superman, right? If corn sweat Superman is just a regular guy living out there in the world, then he just got to college.
Well,
right. I mean, that's where he is in his journey.
That's actually a great question. Does the movie? I think the movie says he's 30 years old because it says 30. It says 3 decades ago an alien crashed. I'm pretty sure. So I think Superman is 30.
Yeah.
But he's just like a super naive 30-year-old, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also like very New 52-esque because he's only been around.
You mean
for like,
go to college as in from the perspective of being a superhero? He's like,
no. I simply mean I mean like as far as this journey in his life, right? If he were you or me or anybody else, as far as like the life experiences go, he's just like, I say that metaphorically, right? Like he's just now stepping out into the real world.
Gotcha.
And he's just now figuring himself out. Right? College is where you figure yourself out.
Yep.
And you realize the high school never mattered at all. That's where he is, right? Because the movie specifically says he's only been Superman for 3 years.
Right.
Yep. Which is 2 years shy of when the New 52 kicked off. That they'd only been around for 5 years.
Interesting.
So what you're talking about is a Superman who's basically brand new to the world. So he's not necessarily established here. And so he's not the guy who's going to like teach Kara Zor-El what it means to be a superhero, because he's not even the superhero that's got it figured out. Right? So it's going to be different. It's a first-year grad student.
Yeah, it's going to be different.
Trying to teach them, trying to say, I can make you an expert. Right? It just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, and plus, there's this whole idea of like the Kryptonian retcon, right? So because the Kryptonian, which by the way, this was like a John Byrne thing, wasn't it? When he had a reestablishment of Superman, I think in the 80s, that made it so the Kryptonians and Jor-El did want Superman to take over Earth. And so, this is, it's been all over the place. It's in that new Superman cartoon. This was in Smallville, wasn't it? Like, there's all sorts of examples of doing this. But because the Kryptonians were darker, Kara as a character has to be different than what she was in the comics, because she grows up for 14, 15 years in one of the capital cities before the planet explode.
Argo City, yeah.
And then she gets sucked up by Brainiac, right? And then Superman eventually breaks her out, and then so she has had like a lot of formative years within Kryptonian culture. And the reason they have to change that in Gunn's universe is because she would have told Clark about the Kryptonians, right? If she knew, she would obviously have told Clark. She's also wearing Supergirl stuff, meaning she's embracing Clark's like idea of the Kryptonians in some way. So they have a lot of heavy lifting to do with explaining Kara within the context of the Jor-El thing. So she has to be way different.
Well, there's different iterations of Argo City, right? There's one story, for example, where Argo City was saved because when Krypton was being destroyed, it was given this great big huge bubble, like this dome, and it was just shot out into the universe.
Okay.
Right. And it was just floating through space.
Yeah.
Things went sideways, and basically, they were hit by either like kryptonite debris or some kind of like an asteroid thing, a whole bunch of asteroids hitting it. But basically, it becomes Superman's story, where her parents are just like, oh, well, our city's being destroyed. We got to put you in a capsule, and we're going to fire you off. And we found this planet where Kal-El's there, so we're just going to send you where he is. And that's it, right? It's just different variations of that story.
Right.
But again, the long and that's where things seem to indicate there. Like, number one, of course, she seems to have been around for a little while. They literally established, because of the fact that he's like, she goes to planets that orbit a yellow sun.
Red
So,
sun,
sorry,
yeah.
orbit a
So
red
she can
sun,
get drunk.
so
Yeah.
she can like get drunk. Yeah, like okay, so right there it establishes she already knows how her powers work.
Yep.
Her and Superman already know how her powers work, so she's clearly been there for a little while.
Yes.
Which I will say, and it's actually one of the things I was talking to a buddy of mine, Paulus, about, that I really loved about the Superman movie is that it immediately threw you into what felt like a lived-in universe.
Mm-hmm.
Right, everybody's been around here for a little while, and I did love that whole feeling. But again, I don't necessarily know. I mean, number one, Supergirl only showed up for like a very, very short period of time, so we don't really know enough about her character.
Yep.
Right, it could be one of these things, where she's like business during the week and party on the weekends. Right, so when it comes down to it, like she's got it where it counts. Or it could be she's just this really irresponsible party girl.
Well, James
Who knows?
Gunn did come out with some comments and basically said that she's a total mess, but he also said the reason she's a total mess is because of the tragedy of what happened to her and her city and the stuff that she watched. So unlike Clark, who did not witness the actual destruction of Krypton, she witnesses actual horrors and it psychologically affects her. And that is why she is a total mess, according to Gunn, right? That's still pretty bare bones. There's still a lot of that you can flesh out within that description of a character. And I think she's interesting. I'm going to enjoy it. I guess I just question a little bit of like, how's that going to work exactly? Because if Clark's whole identity was wrapped up in half of a message that Kara clearly knew was not the full message, and she never told her cousin about that, that's kind of fucked. Like that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's what happened, right? So they have to find a different way to explain that, right?
Wait, hold on. Okay, chat. Am I talking too fast?
I don't think you're necessarily talking too fast. I think there's a little something with your... Are you using your AirPods?
No, I shouldn't be.
Well, it sounded almost like the signal got delayed and then caught up a little bit. That's what I heard, where it was like catching up a little bit.
Oh, really?
It sounded a little
No,
like
I'm
mic thing.
I'm talking on my regular microphone.
Yeah, I don't know. It might just be an internet
Like-
thing. Could
like
be
a microphone.
Discord being stupid, who knows? But no, I think you're good, man. Don't worry.
Okay.
I wouldn't worry
Oh,
about it.
okay, cool. Super speed talk.
Yeah.
I mean, I could definitely give you guys some super speed talk, right? Like for example, Tom King's Supergirl Woman Tomorrow is a fantastic story. I mean, the whole story retells like the origin of Supergirl. It gives you like this really, really crazy kind of depiction of her just being a complete and total absolute mess because of her being a few years older than Superman.
This is the Tom King
Is
genre.
that
That's pretty good.
yeah? Is it like way too fast, guys?
That was pretty good.
No. Yeah, no. So, and here's one of the things that a lot of people really tend to forget when it comes to Supergirl in DC Comics. She's older than Superman.
Right.
Yeah, and a lot of people tend to forget that she was like a few years older, like 5 or 6 years older than Superman, I think, maybe even older than that, when Krypton went belly up.
Right.
The difference is that she floated out in space longer than he did.
Right.
She
She was like in hibernation. She
arrived,
had some lost years, right?
Yeah, she had some lost years.
Yeah.
So by the time she shows up on Earth, she looks a lot younger than he does. So that's how you get that age difference between the two.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean it's yeah, I mean I like the idea if they're going in that direction that they're building on Tom King's, Woman of Tomorrow, and they're building on this idea that with her witnessing the destruction of everything that she knew and loved, that she is a complete and total wreck. Sure, it makes perfect sense. I mean, imagine if you woke up tomorrow and quite literally Earth was exploding and you were shot out into space.
Yeah, dude.
And you're alert enough to see and understand everything that's happening, right? And you land on an alternate reality, or on an alternate planet. Yeah, you're 100% going to be a complete and total mess. Like, you're going to be completely screwed up. And what really makes me curious about all that is, number one, how long has she been here? Because my question is this: if she is that much of a mess, and she's only arrived here recently, then that kind of ties into the comic book history where she never spent time with Jonathan and Martha.
Yeah.
And so she never had the kind of upbringing Superman did.
Yep.
Yeah. So what's the future of her? I'm really hoping we get Red Lantern Supergirl. That's what I'm really hoping.
Yeah,
for.
I mean that's the thing, right? Is like you would like to imagine it's more than just a fun romp, and that they're building something, because a little bit of like Superman, I think, is a little held back by the fact that it's so singularly focused on Superman. Like, it's great as a sort of one-off, right? But I couldn't help but just think of like what the future would hold, right? And again, to sort of circle back to the question of tone, right? Supergirl looks to match the Superman tone pretty closely. At least that's what it seems like to me. And I think that the DCU is going to have to switch tones, and they're going to have to build something a little bit more serious and a little bit more, you know, dangerous, and you need to like actually have that kind of attention. Like, what do you think? Do you think they can do that, or do you think they can just Justice League Unlimited this thing like for the next 5 years?
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be overly serious. One of the things that I love about, because James Gunn, and I'm sure you saw this, but James Gunn came out recently and said that all the products, at least as far as their tones are going to be, they're going to feel different.
That's what yes, he did say that.
Yeah, and I think that's a great call. I think that if the Supergirl movie comes out and it's like, so what if you were a chick or a woman and you had these incredible powers, and then you were also just a party girl?
Yep.
What would your life look like, right? Like what would it look like if Supergirl was just like one decision away from launching an OF account, right? Like, you know, like what would that look like?
Took me a second, but yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Like I think that would be an interesting depiction of her character. Now, I doubt James Gunn is going to do that, you know, but that would be an interesting depiction of her character. I think, you know, and again, I know a lot of people don't really like to draw these comparisons, but I think what James Gunn is doing is sitting down and making huge differences, making a lot of decisions that are starkly different from what Marvel Studios does.
Yeah.
Because every project in Marvel Studios, even if the tone feels a little different, every project in Marvel Studios feels the same.
I agree.
It's plug and play, right? Like, hey guys, so we're going to do Ironheart. Okay, cool. So how do we want to do Ironheart? Well, let's just grab the formula for Iron Man, and let's just take out Tony Stark, and let's put Riri Williams in her place, and let's take out Obadiah Stane, and let's replace that with Parker Robbins and his guys, and then we'll just hack in, you know, Ezekiel Stane, right? And then just release it out to the world, right? It makes it very easy to create products, but the problem is that you end up with what just kind of feels like this amorphous blob of beings who all exist in this universe, and it becomes very hard to differentiate or even care.
Yeah, it becomes hard to get excited. It's like, which one should you be excited about if they're all the same? You know what I mean? And I agree
if you sit down, they all feel the same. Yeah, exactly. Whereas I think that if James Gunn sits down and is like, okay, so we're gonna do Supergirl, but like, not every movie needs to be serious.
Yeah.
Not every project needs to be serious. That he in turn makes the decision on how the project should be handled more based on the feeling the character is supposed to invoke.
Yeah.
As opposed to this overall view of like what direction the full universe is. I think that works, and I think that's a good idea. Like, for example, Guy Gardner in Superman, that's Justice League International Guy Gardner.
Yes.
The one who got punched by Batman, right? Dickhead Guy Gardner.
Yep.
There's elements of like Jeff Johns, you know, Guy Gardner in there. But it's JLA or JLI Guy Gardner.
Yeah.
Right? Metamorpho, right? It's old school. It feels like old school Metamorpho. Right, it feels like Metamorpho from, you know, the way back in, really more post-crisis. But it feels like the Metamorpho who is unsure of himself. The only thing they're missing here is Sapphire, and Simon Stagg taking advantage of him. But they replace Simon Stagg with Lex Luthor, and they replace Sapphire with his dog. Yeah. Right. Technically, Sapphire's his girl. Or I'm sorry, not his dog. His son. Mm-hmm. There's actually a Metamorpho dog in the Terrifics comic.
Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a Metamorpho dog. It's pretty dope. But the fact is, right, that each of these characters is being borrowed in some capacity, right? I mean, even Lois Lane, the way she looks like the kind of Lois Lane you would see in like a CW show. Yeah, it's not to necessarily tear her down. It's not to tear down her performance. I mean, she was fantastic in the movie, but the way this movie feels is it draws from like the things you loved and the feeling that you loved from like The Flash on CW. Yeah. And it pulls in the characters as you love them and the way they're depicted historically in DC Comics. I would go so far as to argue, and this is probably going to be a controversial statement, I would go so far as to argue, I think this Superman movie is one of the most tried and true comic book films that has been made in recent years, because in so many ways it feels like they just plucked the story out of a comic and somehow brought it to life. And I love that feeling, because it just captures Superman so incredibly well. That said, and I want to ask you this question.
Yeah.
Because I was talking to both Victor and Paulus about this. And my thought is, if each of the projects is going to be totally different and the tone is going to reflect the nature of the character, Robert Pattinson's Batman needs to be Batman in the DCU because he is such a contrast to this film.
Yeah.
It is such a contrast to this film, and almost a total 180 of what this film feels like. So what do you think? What are your thoughts on Pattinson?
No, I mean, I would say
Batman?
I totally agree with you about the Pattinson thing. I don't know that I agree with you tonally, just because like I think there's like a limit to that, you know, because I just can't imagine, and maybe I'm totally wrong here, but I almost just can't imagine like if they do Superman 2 and it has this exact tone, that it is enough for people, and that it like I just don't know that we live in a day and age where people are going to keep showing up for this. It is so obvious that comic book fans love this, and I think that the reason it really won me over is like all the stuff you're talking about. I've never seen Clark depicted so perfectly. You know what I mean? Like it was so good. It felt so right, and the way it all comes together, like you just got to give him a lot of credit for that. And those of us that have spent time with these characters, especially Superman himself, we recognize that and we really appreciate it. But there's a part of me that thinks like that's just like not gonna be good enough to like do more of like Superman 2, even more Happy Boy Scout. I don't know that that sells, and I think you need like these other things and these other tones. And I guess when it comes to the Batman, to kind of take it to there, I agree with you that Pattinson is such a great fit for this. You know, Clark and Bruce together are so damned important because, you know, even in that Doomed movie at the end of it, Superman, first of all, the whole league is like, Batman, you basically just almost got us all killed. We got to vote on whether or not you should stay in the league. And Batman straight up says, like, dude, you guys are crazy. If you can't see why my actions are justified, then I don't even want to be here. And he gets up and he storms off. Clark tracks him down and gives him the kryptonite bullet back. And he says, like, hey, man, just want you to know, I agree with you. And if somebody's going to have this tech to keep us in check, I'm glad it's you. And he extends this trust and this friendship to Bruce. Bruce doesn't say any goddamn thing. Deadass just stares him down and teleports out, like Batman, right? But you need that juxtaposition. And I do think Batman, but also, like, it's not just Batman, because, like, it's Batman and Maxwell Lord. Like, the fact that Maxwell Lord takes control of, like, Brother One or Brother Eye and stuff like that, like, that shows that, like, Batman is a version of some of these other characters that are just being more realistic, but he's truly uncorruptible, as opposed to Lord, as opposed to Luthor and some of these other characters, right? So I feel like you need that more serious side of the film. And to give Gunn credit, I think there's some of that in there. Like, Luthor, I think, does a great job of this, but also the Secretary of Defense and that whole group of, like, military people, the way that they have been viewing, like, the metahumans and Superman in particular, that I think is going to like feed into things like Checkmate and some of these other things. So I almost feel like you need Superman works because his character's perfect and it's Clark, but DC stories work because the world is not like that. And Superman has to move through a really imperfect world and try to remain that moral rock. And that's why it's interesting. So I feel like this is like a great kind of entry, but I feel like to really cook, they need Batman. And I'll say this, if they do World's Finest and it's Pattinson's Batman, that is 100% a massive fucking win. That'll probably be the highest grossing DC movie of all time. And I would be fascinated to see how that would be handled, because I do believe that is the recipe for success for this universe. It can give it the flavor that it's missing.
Yeah, and that's what I think. That's where the direction that I think that James Gunn is heading in, at least as far as this building phase goes. Because I think when you look around the DC Comics landscape at the moment, especially when you look at things like the Absolute Universe, right? I don't want to see Absolute Superman.
Sure.
Right. I don't want to see. I mean, if they do that, make it like an alternate reality story, right? But like, I mean, that one feels in some ways like Henry Cavill's Superman. Absolute Superman is obviously much darker than Henry Cavill's Superman.
Right.
But it leans more towards the Snyderverse than it does towards what James Gunn is building. So there's no reason for James Gunn to bring him in. But Wonder Woman, for example. Right, absolute Wonder Woman is not Wonder Woman from the main DC universe, right? And she's certainly not Gal Gadot, where she's slender and conventionally attractive. right? Wonder Woman, like absolute Wonder Woman, is gigantic, right? She's like 6'4" or something like that, right? Towering over Steve Trevor, right? She's muscular and bulky. She feels like what you would expect an Amazonian to be.
Sure.
And that's like the kind of Wonder Woman that I would want to see.
Right.
I mean, she doesn't need to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? But like, I mean, if she looked like a woman who was a wrestler.
Yeah. Yeah, like a
Right,
WWE
like, you know,
star or something. Yeah.
like a WWE superstar. Yeah, like that would make more sense to me.
I agree.
You know, as opposed to Gal Gadot, where it feels like you could pick her up and just throw her like a lawn dart, you know, like into a wall somewhere. She'd fall through a crack in the ground. She's a beautiful woman, but she was way too small, you know, to be Wonder Woman. They literally had to use wide-angle lenses in order to make her look bigger than she was.
And
so,
interesting.
they had to use camera tricks in order to make her look like a bigger person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to take her seriously.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, I think, you know, the big question that I have, what I'm kind of left wondering, and it really isn't a fair question to ask. I mean, well, maybe. I think one of the biggest issues that we as fans have here in the moment is that the Marvel Cinematic Universe created a framework. They created a template. But it's only really in hindsight that you realize how much sense the template made in terms of building up to a larger storyline. And so when we look back now, for example, it's like, well, in the post-credit scene of Iron Man, right, Nick Fury shows up and is like, you know, I want to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative. And you're like, yes, man, they were building up to something fantastic and something great. But you and I remember sitting in that movie theater and he's like, I want to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative. And it's like, cool, we're going to get the Avengers.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, who the hell's going to be on it?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I mean, what is it going to look like?
Yep.
Like, it's all the questions that we were asking now, and I think that like you know, Paul's introduced me to something called the curse of knowledge, right? The idea that you know so much about something, it's almost impossible for you to put yourself back in a position of somebody who doesn't know anything about it.
I agree. Yeah.
And I think that, that for us as comic book fans and comic book movie fans, I think it is wildly difficult for us to put ourselves back in that seat in a movie theater, right? Almost 20 years ago, when Iron Man 1 came out, and remember that moment of being told, okay, they're going in the direction of the Avengers, but having no idea what it's going to look like, and have no idea who's going to be on it, because there's been so many people on the Avengers team, right? Like what form it's going to take. And so I think this, in a lot of ways, is kind of a return to that, because it's just sort of like, okay, so like they're going to give us Justice League, but who's going to be on it? Right, we don't even know if Wonder Woman exists in this universe. I mean, obviously she does, like she will. Anyway.
She's got to.
But we have no clue what that's going to look like.
Right.
We have no clue what Supergirl's whole role is going to play in this. That being said, and you mentioned this earlier, I do have a couple ideas of my own on where I think they're going to go.
Yeah. Do you want to get into that?
But I want to hear yours. Yeah, I want to hear yours.
Well, how about this? How about this? First. Let's how about this? Let's start with the 300 years ago. Okay, so in the beginning of the movie, it says 300 years ago, metahumans emerged, thus beginning the age of gods and monsters.
30. I would think 30 years ago, right?
No, it says 300 years ago. Then it says 30 years ago, an alien came to the planet, the most powerful.
Oh,
yeah.
I missed the part about 300
years ago. So 300 years ago. So here, let me ask you this, because I did a little research. I was trying to think of, well, who would be these metahumans from 300 years ago? I want to throw a couple names at you. You let me know if they would be a good fit for the story or not. So first off, Vandal Savage.
Yes, Vandal Savage would make perfect sense. And Vandal Savage would be a villain out of left field.
Yeah.
Now, it depends on what direction they want to go. If they're going to go in the direction of like Dionysium from Scott Snyder's Batman Endgame.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like at least as comic book fans, they're going to want Vandal Savage to be a lot older than that.
Yeah, oh yeah, he'll be a lot older than that. Yeah.
Yeah. Having said that, it might be that it might be like they're like Vandal Savage is 300 years old. It's like cool, who gives a shit?
Right.
Like,
yeah, that's true. But I think
awesome. Whatever. He's just really old.
Yeah, I think they'll probably have him be older, but he will witness the rise of the metahumans at the same time as everybody else, and he'll probably be like a factor in that. And build towards some stuff. Okay, what about his sort of counterpoint, the Immortal Man? Because as far as I understand, Immortal Man also interacted with a meteorite in ancient times and becomes immortal in a similar way, right?
That falls into the category of DC knowledge that I do not have.
Okay, no worries, because
I don't really know anything about the Immortal Man.
He's a pretty
I know people
character.
are just like, yes,
Yeah.
Rob doesn't know a thing about comic books. It's like, I mean, I don't know nearly as much about DC as I do about Marvel, but I still know a lot about DC.
Look, you
So
know
the
way
Immortal Man,
more
I'm
than
not
I
familiar
do
with.
about this shit. So we'll just stay there. But yeah, from what I understand, Immortal Man, there were some rumors of some Immortal Man action, and was Gunn maybe going to use him in Suicide Squad or something like that? Which is, part of what's tricky here is like, this is a soft reboot, right? Because Gunn wants like Suicide Squad and Peacemaker to kind of be attached in some way, but that's like really hard to figure out. I almost feel like he shouldn't have done that and just made it clean slate. But anyway, here's one that I'm really hopeful for, brother, and I think could work. What about Etrigan the Demon?
Okay, so the only issue that I would have with that, because you could do Jason Blood and Etrigan kind of together at the same time. That's starting to get into Xanadu and John Constantine and Swamp Thing and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And that's moving away from the traditional superhero or the traditional superhero mythos. No, that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. But once you start, teasing those waters of Etrigan, you're getting into like the Spectre. You're getting into like the whole, effectively, Judeo-Christian side, because DC follows Judeo-Christianity.
Totally. But here's the thing. He did call it Gods and Monsters, and then he doubles down on it in the film, saying, thus beginning the age of gods and monsters. And I think, you think about gods and monsters. I mean, what about Naboo? What about Dr. Fate's, the person that he uses the helmet of, right? Like and it might not be the current Dr. Fate, but maybe a different Fate that had come before. Like, because the way I was thinking about it was like this, dude. 300 years is crazy. Now, we know he at one time was going to do Sergeant Rock, which would have been like World War I or World War II. That's not quite 300 years, though. That's like 200 years, right? So you think back to 300
World
years.
War II was not 200 years ago. That was not 200 years ago.
No, well,
Josh.
World War II was not, but World War I, World War II was what, 90 years ago, about? 90?
World War I was like, it was like 1915 to like 1917 or 18.
So it's only like 100 years. I knew that.
Only like 100. Yeah, it was not 200.
It's not the dead of history.
World War I was 200 years ago.
Yeah, World War I was about
you guys in the chat. You guys in the chat hearing this?
It was 1,000 years ago.
You guys in the chat hearing this?
It was 1,000
Josh
years ago.
said World War I. Josh said World War I was 200 years ago, guys.
What I meant was
never let him forget that. Never let him forget that.
The Civil War and stuff. Okay, anyway, so 300 years ago, though, which is about where World War II was happening. What was happening 300 years ago? First of all, in history, because I don't obviously know, but also in the DCU, right? Like, what was happening 300 years ago? This is before America. This is before modern technology, right?
The issue with that is it's an absolute shit show, that history. But DC is currently releasing a comic called The New History of the DC Universe.
Oh, wow, really?
So, yeah. Like, issue number 1 just came out not too long ago. And it's basically their version of the history of the Marvel Universe, from Mark Waid, which clearly Marvel did, because I made that whole video series like 3 or 4 years before Marvel launched the comics. So clearly that's why they did it. If I'm being arrogant and letting my ego get carried away. But no. So that's going to clarify a lot of what's going on.
Yeah,
right? A lot of what the universe looked like over the last however long. That being said, if we're talking about the rise of metahumans,
yes,
and it depends on how they define metahumans, right? Are they defining metahumans as basically anybody with extra normal powers?
I think,
and where they get those powers from doesn't matter. Because technically, Wonder Woman's not really a metahuman.
Neither is Superman. They call him a metahuman though in the movie. So I think that's probably what it is. He's just trying to be simplify it. So it's like enhanced person or something.
Yeah, like if they have powers, they are metahumans. Like that's a much simpler way to do it. Well, then right off the bat, you're talking about Ra's al Ghul.
Dude, that's my next one I've written down. Yeah, so dude, so let's linger on that for a little bit, okay? So like we think maybe Vandal Savage, we think maybe Etrigan the Demon, because he's popped up in some stories in that timeline, not like consistently, but like there have been some timelines where he's been around. And then we think Ra's al Ghul or Ra's al Ghul. So brother, let's talk about that, because I think that's such an important part of this whole thing. So talk to us a little bit about Ra's.
Ra's al Ghul, I think, would make a lot more sense. Kind of. I mean, the only issue that you have here is when you're talking about metahumans who have like that kind of longevity, they usually operate behind the scenes.
Right.
right? So Ra's al Ghul is not really the guy to like jump out in front of the world and just be like, I am Ra's al Ghul and I have this great big pool of immortal substance over here that keeps me young. It's not really something that he makes known to the world. And so I I guess the real question to ask here is if James Gunn is saying the rise of metahumans, then how is he defining the rise of metahumans?
Yeah.
Is it the rise of the public becoming aware of metahumans? Or is it just whether the public knew it or not, this is when metahumans started to rise to prominence?
So that's a great question. And I would say I think it's the fact that they became very widely known, because there's multiple moments in Superman where the people in Metropolis are not bothered by crazy shit that is happening. Okay, so like there's the one scene where the Justice Gang is fighting that interdimensional elf, and like Superman's so cavalier about it. Even Lois is like, whatever, right? But then at the end of the movie, when the literal black hole is cracking Metropolis in half, there's that one guy in the thing with all the TV screens, and he's just eating his food, watching it. So like there's multiple moments that indicate that whatever this world is, metahumans are active all the time, and people are kind of numb to it. You know what I mean?
That's entirely possible too. Yeah, that's entirely possible too. That the rise of metahumans has been a thing that people have been aware of for quite some time. And that's probably the reason why, that James Gunn didn't throw in this idea of what Zack Snyder did. Where like suddenly you have Amanda Waller, and it's like, we got to do something about these metahumans that are just now rising to prominence. That they've just been around for a long time, and the world has just come to accept their existence. So then if we're talking about things like that, then we're also talking about guys like Jonah Hex, right? You're talking about anybody out there with any kind of extra, of anybody with any power that is beyond just what a normal human being is capable of. They are a metahuman. That opens the door for a lot of different options. So yeah, if you're talking about guys like Jonah Hex, if you're talking about Etrigan, if you're talking about Ra's al Ghul, if you're talking about
Sergeant Rock, I think was
Sergeant
active.
Rock, yeah, and if you're talking about Vandal Savage, honestly, I think Vandal Savage would be the most likely candidate. And the reason why I say that is Vandal Savage is one of the most capable, but I think oftentimes most overlooked superheroes. Or I'm sorry, not superheroes. He's a villain. Metahumans that exist out there, because given how old he is, how long he's been around, how much he's learned about battle strategy, and how much he's learned by studying superheroes, it's not very difficult for him to overcome superheroes.
Yeah.
Right, to overcome Batman and Superman. Because one of the other things too, I think a lot of people who aren't really familiar with comics, they also don't know how easy it is to trick Superman. Like there's a really good example in Christopher Priest's Deathstroke Rebirth. And I don't know if you remember that, but like in the first story arc, Deathstroke is on like some ship out in the ocean or something like that. It's some thing, I don't remember what the campaign is, but Superman shows up. And like Deathstroke throws kryptonite at him, like green kryptonite, which distracts Superman just long enough for Deathstroke to get away. But then you realize it's not green kryptonite, it's just glowing green rocks.
Interesting. Okay.
Right. Yeah. And that's how Deathstroke tricks Superman enough to get away. Like, so it's I dig stuff like that. But a guy like Vandal Savage, it's not that difficult for him to do those kinds of things. Having said that, somebody else also brought up a really good example. And is this the end of your list, or do you have anybody else on your list? Because I don't want to guess them.
The only other one I have is Black Adam. But
okay, that's what they mentioned.
Okay. Black Adam. Yeah. And the only thing I'll say too is before we move on to Black Adam, the only thing I think maybe Raish over Vandal, and you could do both. That'd actually be really interesting if they had some deeper connections. But because we know that Gunn wanted to do Damian Wayne and Grant Morrison stuff, it feels like there is a connection to Raish, right? Because it's like, oh, his daughter, they, trick Batman and get the son, and then he's raised with the League, right? So it's like, I could see him sort of slow building the Age of Gods and Monsters around like the League of Assassins. Are they the League of Assassins or League of Shadow? I forget.
It started out as the League of Assassins, and then because of Christopher Nolan's Batman, DC actually added it in the League of Shadows during Rebirth. I think.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, so
League of Shadows was formed by Talia al Ghul when she broke off from Ra's.
Gotcha. Okay, so basically,
Yeah.
that connection could be a really interesting insight into this whole universe, right? Because if the League has been training to kill metahumans or watch out for metahumans for 300 years, like, dude, they're going to be one of the most adept forces at taking these figures out as anybody, right? So, and I think that's something he's clearly building in this. Again, according you look at all the scenes of the different generals and how they're looking at it. Lex is literally saying, "I built this thing. You need to hire my metahumans to take Superman out," and then they literally do because they outsource the interrogation to Planet Watch, right? So clearly, people in this universe are trying to figure out how to deal with metahumans, right? So anyway, yeah, Black Adam. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I mean, and it's something else that I want to point out here. I think that because of like the linear nature of the MCU, and I just keep mentioning Marvel Studios because it's the only real framework and template that we have for like a successful comic book movie franchise.
Yes, agreed.
I think that because of that, I think people have a tendency to look at the statement like 300 years ago, metahumans began to emerge, that people kind of view it as like a domino effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like 300 years ago, this metahuman popped up.
Sure.
And because of them, all of these events have started transpiring. And now we are here with Superman, when it doesn't necessarily have to be the case,
Sure.
right? That it's almost like mutants in Marvel, right? These parents over here give birth to a mutant, and those parents over there give birth to a mutant. They never meet, they've never talked, right? They have nothing in common. It just happened to happen at the same time. And I think that's kind of what James Gunn is hitting on, is that, potentially, for whatever reason, 300 years ago, metahumans started to come up.
Yeah.
I think that statement kind of indicates to people that there is a prime moving event. Something happened that triggered the rise of metahumans 300 years ago. But I think an important distinction to understand is that it could also be, it wasn't until 300 years ago that people even realized metahumans existed, right? Because 300 years ago, they were burning chicks at the stake for taking LSD up in like Massachusetts. So like it's,
during World War II too. It's
you had the Salem witch trials.
It's crazy.
Only within the last 300 years has humanity, I think, evolved enough to realize, hey, so like just because a person has epilepsy doesn't mean they're possessed by demons, which is actually something people believed even into the 20th century. Yeah. Right. But still, I think that whatever that is, I don't necessarily think it's a prime mover. But Black Adam would, I think, also be pretty dope as well. It's just with characters like Black Adam, with characters like Etrigan, you kind of have to be careful because if you're James Gunn and you're building up your DC cinematic universe, you don't want to just like bombard people with all kinds of stuff. Yeah, it's with just a boatload of things. And when you're talking about Black Adam, well, Black Adam gets his powers from the Wizard Shazam. Well, what's to do with Wizard Shazam? Well, Wizard Shazam is part of this group and that group, and you got the 7 deadly sins, and you got all these things that go on. That if you're going to start introducing those things, maybe introduce them piecemeal, one small thing here, one small thing there. And that's why I think with Superman, for example, you get the introduction of Guy Gardner, and he's like, I'm part of the Green Lantern Corps. Yep. Cool. But nothing else about his character in the movie requires you to know what the Green Lantern Corps is.
Yep.
And
I'm with you.
Yeah. And so if you're talking about bringing in guys like Black Adam, it's easy to do that, right? Say, well, Black Adam is this guy who rules this area here, and he gets his powers from Shazam. And at some point in the movie, it's like, so you're telling me he's like a Superman? And it's like, no, he gets his powers from this instead. Done. Cool. He's not a Kryptonian. And so for the average person, it's easy to figure that out. But I think it's a lot easier to introduce guys like Ra's al Ghul, who every so often dips himself in this crazy bath and basically, regains his youth. So I think it's a lot easier to go in that direction.
I think you're right. And I think one of the things we're picking up on here is like, going back to Marvel, they do Iron Man, they do Hulk, they do Thor, and Thor's a big risk for them, right? I mean, it's a Shakespearean, like, magic, dude's wearing a cape, flying a hammer, and he talks like Shakespeare, right? So it's like, that's pretty fucking crazy. And I remember a lot of the commentary back then was like, they really felt like they needed to get Thor right, because he was the bridge between like the tech and the magic. And they really needed that to work so that they could do Doctor Strange. It's almost like you can't just airdrop Doc Strange into a universe like that after Iron Man. Like, it's just a little too much for folks. So they sort of piecemeal it and they get it. And I think Superman does a great job in that sense because it really stays on the fantastical, the fun, wild comic book stuff, doesn't really go crazy with magic at all. It kind of doesn't touch magic, doesn't touch more supernatural stuff like anybody that's dead or can come back or talk to angels or like John Constantine or any of that shit, right? So it sticks very fantastical, like an episode of Justice League Unlimited, like one of the standard ones, Lex Luthor and his clones and his technology. That's where we start here. So I think that's the way. And when you think about that, it does kind of seem like Vandal Savage or Ra's al Ghul are a little bit better than maybe your Black Adams, your Etrigan, your Dr. Fate, any of that sort of stuff. So yeah, it'll be interesting. But the whole thing that he's setting up, he made these comments that it's a little bit more like Star Wars than Marvel. So Marvel's like...
I remember reading that.
Yeah, so like Marvel's like, boom, Iron Man, then we're going to show you Hulk. And it's all through this through line of like, Iron Man showing himself is the catalyst for everything. That's why they experiment on the super soldier stuff again, right? That's why they're trying to make, super soldiers, and that's what happens with Hulk. That's why Thor is ultimately sent to Midgard. Like, there's like weird shit that's happening there. So everything Marvel built was, like you kind of said, a thing of dominoes, right? But DC does not necessarily have to do that. They can go tell us a story of what happened 300 years ago, and it doesn't have to directly set anything up. It just shows us a little bit more of the world. And that's like what Star Wars did. Star Wars would show you like a weird character like Boba Fett, or, a very interesting thing like the idea of the Old Republic that Obi-Wan talks about in the first movie. And then different writers, video games, the prequels, the animated shows, they would take these little elements and then completely flesh them out. And so you don't learn Star Wars going from chapter 1 to chapter 3. Literally, you start on chapter 4 with A New Hope. But beyond that, you're not learning of the universe in a linear way. You're getting little pieces of it. But I do also think, he comes out and he says it's gods and monsters. He puts that in the intro credits. They're talking about a 10-year plan. He's obviously cooking something, and he's trying to figure out how to show us this. So I think it's still cool to like think about the 300 years and think about how that could show up. You know what I mean?
Well, I think you might also be taking the idea of gods and monsters a little too literally. Because I mean, if you're just a dude, right, and like you get up in the morning and you go to your architect job, right, after sitting in traffic for an hour and a half, and you do that job for 8 hours, and then you go home, right, to your girl, and you watch, Real Housewives or whatever in the hell. Superman is a god to you.
Sure.
As far as you're concerned, Superman is a god. And so I think that's really kind of what he's referring to with the age of gods and monsters.
Sure.
And I think the age of gods and monsters is designed to illustrate the fact that metahumans are essentially gods, as far as the average person is concerned. But not all the monsters are metahumans.
Right.
And I think that's what Lex Luthor illustrates, right? Lex Luthor's just a dude. He's really, really smart, but he's just a guy, right? I mean, a well-placed sniper can take out Lex Luthor like that, as opposed to Superman just going to bounce off of him. But I mean, I that's why I say I think that the idea of gods and monsters doesn't necessarily allude to like, 300 years ago, the age of like Zeus and Odin and all these guys in the DC pantheon, like they started to rise, and like Lucifer's over there waiting for his chance to invade. That it doesn't necessarily, that it's not that concrete. Now, it is important to say it may very well be, especially when you're talking about the idea of Wonder Woman, right? But yeah, I think that what they're referring to is more just, it's a new age. And to your point about Star Wars, right? I love that, right? Because I think that people sitting down and watching Superman, they kind of walk away with it with this feeling of like, damn, dude, there's a lot going on. You're like, what else is out there? And I think that's why James Gunn, like building out these new projects, it kind of spirals out from Superman, right? Because Superman gives us Guy Gardner. Cool. Guy Gardner's going to be in Lanterns. So that's our linchpin to give us a reason to go see the Lanterns series. Right? He's kicking around the idea of a TV series for Mr. Terrific, for Jimmy Olsen. I mean, we all want to see Jimmy Olsen just riz on the girls in Metropolis, right? That would be dope.
I mean...
right, watching this dude just like cleaning up on dating apps.
That could be fun.
I mean, not literally, right?
I say put him in the
yeah.
Mr. Terrific. Make that the B plot of Mr. Terrific. You know what I mean? Like, I don't
know. Rizzy Olsen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jimmy Olsen's Riz. But yeah, no, I simply just mean to say that I think it's smart to introduce characters in Superman. And then to launch shows and projects based on the characters we've been introduced to.
Yeah,
Right. Because
agreed.
at that point, it just kind of becomes a flow chart.
Yeah.
Right. It's just like you start with Superman, and then Superman gives you Guy Gardner, Mr. Terrific, and Jimmy Olsen and Metamorpho. Cool. Here's your Lantern Show. And then Lantern Show gives you more stuff.
Yep.
And so the only danger you have with that is depending on how much they introduce in any particular show, the whole thing can become insanely overwhelming.
Yes.
Really, really fast.
Yes.
Like that, right? You're like 3 levels removed from fans just walking away because it gets too complex.
Yeah, no, totally. And speaking of that too, we can drill down on this because this is actually my next question, because Lanterns is the next thing, as far as I understand it. I think Supergirl will come out after that. And Gunn has said that Lanterns has a mystery at the center of its story that is actually going to impact the whole DCU. Like this 10-year plan that they have, it feels like,
wow.
Yeah, that's what he said. And he said Superman doesn't even do it as much as Lanterns does. So Lanterns,
the prophecy of Blackest Night, bro. Prophecy of Blackest Night.
You think that's what it is? So here's my question.
Absolutely not. But I think it'd be cool if it was.
Yeah, that would be great. But here's the question though. What do you think is going on with the Lanterns? Because there's a couple of things we know. We know that it appears that it's very similar to what we know in the comics. They take an oath. They are tasked with policing sectors of space. They are tasked with protecting their sector from alien threats and bad things. They, the rings appear to operate, similarly. But there's a lot of questions. Like, for instance, as far as I understand it, you have Alan Scott, but he's not really recruited by OA. The next one that gets recruited is Hal. Hal's the first one that's recruited, right? He's the first terrestrial Lantern. And then it's Guy, John, and then Kyle? Or how does that work? Tell us about the comics.
Okay, so in the comics, Guy Gardner was supposed to be the first Lantern.
Okay.
That when Green Lantern Abin Sur arrived on Earth, basically dying, and the ring sent out it went out to find a new host. Initially, it was going to pick Guy, and then it ended up picking Hal Jordan instead. Alan Scott is the Green Lantern, but his role among the Green Lantern Corps is more ceremonial than anything else. He actually wields what's called the Emerald Flame. But because of his role technically now it's a Starheart, but as far as his powers go, there's no real functional difference between what he does and what a Green Lantern does. He was not selected to be given a Green Lantern ring in the same way that Hal Jordan, Guy Gardner, John Stewart, and Kyle Rayner were. So in that way, you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it.
Gotcha.
But as far as the order goes, Hal Jordan was the first Green Lantern. Guy Gardner was the second. John Stewart came after, and then you go into Kyle Rayner. So they kind of expand the roster out that way. I don't remember the exact circumstance surrounding John Stewart becoming the Green Lantern in the first place. I know there was the battle between himself and Hal, and I want to say maybe it was Hal losing his ring. Something to that effect. But the most well-known instance is the death of Superman. A combination of Mongol and cyborg Superman destroy Coast City. And so when Hal Jordan comes back from a mission in space, he finds Coast City totally obliterated. He uses his Green Lantern ring, and I actually know this because I just read the story like a couple of weeks ago to get ready for Guy Gardner, and because I was going to make a video on the Green Lantern mythos.
Yeah.
But yeah, he comes back. He uses his Lantern ring to basically recreate Coast City, and he's chastised by the Guardians of the Universe. He's brought back to Oa. Actually, I'm sorry. He travels back to Oa because they tell him, like, you have to come here to face punishment for your actions. He shows back up and basically lays waste to the joint, right? Pretty much kills every single Green Lantern, including Kilowog, right? One of his closest friends. And then destroys the central power battery. And so the only Lantern rings left is given to Kyle Rayner by Ganthet before Ganthet dies. Like, literally, the other Guardians tell him before they're destroyed, they're like, you need to go find a new Green Lantern. You're the best one for that task. And so he gives it to Kyle Rayner, and Kyle Rayner becomes the new Green Lantern.
Right.
Now, Kyle becomes a torchbearer in DC Comics because there comes a point in the Ron Mars run when he restores the Green Lantern Corps.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And he restores the central power battery. Yeah, it's one of those moments in the comics that's supremely important, but always gets overlooked. If you ever walk up to anybody who's a Green Lantern fan and you say, like, I want to start reading Green Lantern, what do I read? They say, like, start with Green Lantern Rebirth. But the problem is the story talks about how Hal Jordan went crazy. He became parallaxed. He destroyed the Green Lanterns.
Yeah.
But it never tells you how they came back. It never shows you how the Green Lanterns came back.
Right.
Yeah, that was in The Power of Ion from On Mars. It was a
So,
really, really good story.
I love when Kyle becomes Ion too. There was a moment in the comics where like I'll never forget, like Superman's just sitting on the couch and Lois is like chastising him about how, like, what is it like now that you don't have to do anything, because Kyle as Ion was like crazy. He was incredibly powerful. But okay, so anyway, let's take it back a couple of steps here. Okay, so we now know in comics how
everybody says I'm talking too fast. I didn't think I was talking too fast.
Dude,
I'm sorry, guys.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm so excited, people.
No, Rob, don't listen to them.
I'm just really, really
they
excited.
They are listening too slow. You are not talking too fast. They are listening too slow. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Anyway, let's take it back a little bit. So we have the lanterns. We understand what happens. It's a very important part, where Parallax possesses Hal, right? Because that's what really happened, right? Yes, Hal does obliterate the lanterns, but he was possessed by Parallax, right? This is a really important part, right?
Yeah, that was a change in Jeff Johns. In the original Emerald Twilight, he just started, like, Hal Jordan just called himself Parallax. In Jeff Johns' run, he established that Parallax, the fear entity, had at some point been defeated by the Green Lantern, by the Guardians of the Universe, and locked away in the Green Lantern's central power battery. And that's why you had the yellow impurity. It's why Green Lanterns were always weak to the color yellow.
Interesting.
It is why Hal Jordan became Parallax. Because over time, Parallax has secretly been like influencing and slowly possessing Hal Jordan.
Love it. Okay, so here's the big question, because that's a really important part of the comics. The question is, where are the lanterns in the DCU? Has this event happened? Will this event happen? All we know is that Hal and Guy seem a lot older. They seem like they're much, much older. And it seems like Aaron Pierre or whatever, he's younger. He's a younger guy, right? So if they've been around for a while, if we're to the point that Guy is there, Hal has had his run potentially. Like, what do you think's the status of the DCU lanterns, if you had to guess?
So if I had to guess, the fact that we do not have Kyle Rayner means that Parallax has not happened yet.
Interesting. Okay.
That's to me, that's what that indicates. But it is also important to understand that just because we do not see Kyle Rayner in the Lanterns show does not mean he does not exist. One of the things to keep in mind, and a lot of people who are familiar with Green Lantern will tell you this, there's stories where the Green Lanterns, where one or more of the Green Lanterns leave Earth all the time.
Yep.
Because you could have some conflict out in some other sector of space. And it's like, we need all the Green Lanterns we can, or as many as you can spare. Earth has 4, right? So at that point, it could just be one of these things where Kyle Rayner is like, okay, you guys focus on what's going on here. I'm going to go help out the Corps over there. I'll be back when we're done.
Sure.
And like, that's it, right? It could also entirely be that like Kyle Rayner is in the Lanterns show. They just, for whatever reason, we just haven't figured it out yet.
Sure.
I mean, it's one of those things. Like, I mean, was it Andrew Garfield? Right. For years, people kept speculating, not for years, but like for the lead up to Far From Home, people were like, Andrew Garfield was definitely going to be in Spider-Man Far From Home, or No Way Home, rather. And Andrew Garfield was like, no, I'm not. And then he shows up in the movie.
Yep.
Right. So as far as I'm aware, and you would know more about this than I would, I don't think there's any information out there to indicate that Kyle Rayner is in the Lantern show. The casting calls and all that kind of stuff, none of that mentions Kyle Rayner.
There's nothing quite like that. There's rumors that Alan Scott could be in it, actually, which is kind of interesting. And there's some rumors that indicate that there's only one ring. But I was never able to corroborate these rumors. So there was a rumor that Kyle, or rather Hal, does not have the ring when the show starts. And actually, Jon Stewart has his ring. And Hal shows up to this town kind of his own accord. John is there because the Corps has ordered him to investigate potentially the death of Alan Scott. And that's really interesting. Now, here's the thing, though. I could not prove this one way or the other. One thing Gunn is actually pretty good at is like keeping the leaks obscured until like we get really close. So I don't know that that's true at all. And like you said, Kyle could be in there. There's so much we don't know about it. The only thing we know is it's those two guys. It's a Midwest town. There's some kind of mystery. It's got a cowboy vibe. and it potentially ties into a great mystery that's going to push the whole 10-year plan forward.
Well, I mean, that's one of the other things too, right? As comic book fans, I think we have a tendency to look at, I mean, obviously we look at the comic book as a source material. It's all we have, right?
Sure.
But it doesn't always work out that way, right? Like, okay, like kind of sidetrack here for a second. Case in point, Avengers Endgame, right? The story opens up with what's clearly some massive calamity having already taken place at the end of Avengers Infinity War.
Yeah.
The superheroes are completely and totally demoralized, right? And it feels like on some level they're doing what they can where they can, but they've kind of given up, right? But then one of them comes up with a plan that involves time travel.
Right.
But along the way, they're warned and they're told, well, you can't mess with time. It's a living organism. You could break time if you screw with it too much. And so ultimately, they respect that to a degree, and they end up using time travel to save the day. And when they get back, they ultimately set things back to rights. Now, what story is that from?
Outside of Endgame?
Yeah. What comic opens up with that? Like, what comic has the basis of that story?
That's
Age of Ultron. That's the entire plot.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. So, and I don't say that to like, call you out or anything. I simply say that to say comic book movies draw, as you know, from a variety of different storylines.
Right.
And so what I think would be cool with the Lantern show is if it actually turns out that Jon Stewart was the first Green Lantern as opposed to Hal Jordan. Now that's going to piss off a lot of like Hal Jordan fans. They're like, no, we don't care what you do. Do anything you want to do, right? You can do anything you want to do with the mythos, but Hal Jordan has to be the first Green Lantern. And to that point, I actually understand that. Right, it would be like if Marvel Studios came along and they were like, actually, Steve Rogers was not the first Captain America.
Right. Yeah.
And he pulled from the Ultimate Universe, and they were like, actually, it was Nick Fury who got the Super Soldier Serum first.
Sure.
And Steve Rogers got it later. That I would get. But I don't know. I mean, because I do think that the idea of bringing in Alan Scott and saying, well, he's not really a Green Lantern. He's got what's called the Star Heart, so on and so forth. That muddies the waters. It makes it a little more complicated than it needs to be. And honestly, I think most fans of we'll ask your fans, we'll ask your fans this question. Guys, in the chat, would it matter to you if DC Studios came along and said, actually, Alan Scott does not have the Star Heart. Alan Scott is just a Green Lantern.
I think that's and I don't know. I mean, we'll see how they feel about it.
I think most people would be fine with it.
I think that's a simple solution to this problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
most people would be fine with it.
Especially considering this whole 300-year thing that he has going on. Like, it would make sense that a terrestrial lantern would happen much sooner. You know what I mean? Yeah. Some people. Yeah. I don't know. It seems like people are mixed. A lot of people don't care.
Most people are like, I'm good with it. Because as far as they're concerned, Alan Scott is a Green Lantern anyway, right? It's just, he gets his powers from a different source than like Hal Jordan and those guys that come from the Central Power Battery. So make him a Green Lantern. So what I could see them doing here is the idea that Alan Scott was the Green Lantern before Hal Jordan.
Sure.
And after Alan Scott, it became Jon Stewart. And then Hal Jordan ends up getting his ring from Alan Scott. Now, again, hardcore Green Lantern fans, may get kind of pissy about that. But honestly, if comic book movies were made to cater exclusively to the comic book reading audience, these movies would have failed disastrously years ago.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean,
they would have failed disastrously years ago.
Yeah, I mean, the only pushback I would say to that is like, if they were going to go in that direction, you would think they'd get like a older statesman black actor for John, right? Like, Aaron Pierre's pretty young. I mean, I think he's going to be great in the role. But if they were doing this, like, you'd want, because Kyle Chandler is just. He's not only older, but he has that, like, he was the coach on, what was that show? The football show from back in the day, right? Like, people view him as, like, a shot caller. There's, like, nostalgia for him. I think his casting was very, I mean, I think it's a little risky, honestly, because it almost says to me you're not going to have Hal as the Justice League Lantern, right?
I mean, he looks like he's getting ready to retire. He's that old.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And so it would be hard to imagine that, like, he comes after a character like this young John, you know what I mean? But other than that, I wouldn't really have any problem with it. But the mystery itself, I mean, so I think you're right to say that there's probably no Parallax event yet. Is there a point in comics before the Parallax event where there were all of those terrestrial lanterns? Because Hal, as far as I remember, he really does impress the core. Like, they did not think a human would be able to wield the ring, right? That was like a thing.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's really, really good. So that's what makes them more open to other recruits, right?
Yeah. No, by the time Parallax happened, you had Hal Jordan, Guy Gardner, and John Stewart. I'm pretty sure. John Stewart was a Green Lantern at that point in time. In fact, there's a tie-in. There is at that. Really, Guy Gardner wasn't a Green Lantern. He was Warrior, and he had a Yellow Lantern ring. But he wasn't really like part of the Sinestro Corps. It was one of those things where he actually has visions of Hal Jordan annihilating the Green Lanterns.
Damn. Okay.
And he actually goes to investigate.
Okay. Cool.
And yeah, that's kind of like his tie-in to Emerald Twilight. It's literally just, I want to say it's like a 4-part tie-in. It's like Warrior, issues 1 through 4 or something along those lines. But yeah.
So that's probably the status of these lanterns then, right? It's probably like a little pre-Parallax, but John maybe just got recruited, right?
Yeah.
So at this time, what's going on with the lanterns? Like, is there a major conflict? Has Sinestro already started the Sinestro Corps, or is that not a thing yet?
That's entirely possible. Because the Sinestro Corps, the Sinestro Corps War in particular, was pretty solid. And if it really is building up to the greater story that DC's telling at that point in time, I could see them expanding out Sinestro Corps War.
Yeah. Because
I could absolutely see them doing that.
I just think that would be a really fun, because like, look, I don't know what this whole thing could be here on Earth, right? I'm like really, really interested. It would ring to me
hold on 1 second, Josh. You can learn a lot watching the Green Lantern animated series. It's a phenomenal series.
You'll learn almost everything. Emerald Knights, or is that the one? Or
no, the Green Lantern animated, like the cartoon show.
Yeah, I watched one of them.
Yeah,
I watched one of them back in the day. It's been a long time though, but I mean, I remember reading that, and I liked the Sinestro Corps War. Like, dude, that was fun. Like, Sinestro totally turns and snaps, and it's epic. I think Sinestro's actually like a dope as hell villain. I even remember when he joins the Indigo Tribe. Do you remember that shit when he like joined the Indigo Tribe for a little bit?
That was cool.
I think maybe if they're doing this, because it's so clear, all we know for sure is he wanted to do Superman. There's a bunch of loose threads. There's a bunch that's established, but it really does feel like the Lantern Show. Which, by the way, I think Guy Gardner's in the Lantern Show too, not like a permanent role, but I'm pretty sure Guy Gardner has talked about how he's not only in it, but he drops a lot of F-bombs in that show. So that
I saw that.
Yeah. So that's cool. Like, that's cool. But the question is, what are we going to learn about the core? And also, what are we going to learn about the galaxy overall? Because if this is a mystery that's connected to Earth, but also has ramifications for the whole thing, it has to be cosmic, right? It has to be cosmic in nature.
So, okay. I'm double checking to make sure. And in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Because I have to look it up to make sure.
Yeah.
The prophecy of Blackest Night. So the prophecy of Blackest Night started, or it started to kick off, and in chat, correct me if I'm wrong here on this one, it started to kick off when Black Hand was going around killing people, and they were being resurrected with Black Lantern rings.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
I believe so.
Like,
yeah.
Chad, is that how that started?
I definitely remember Black Hand very early on in the story, and I remember a Superman comes back to life from one of the crises, right?
No, it was Earth 2 Superman.
I think it starts with the Titans getting obliterated, doesn't it? The Titans get obliterated.
Well, I don't remember
by somebody.
I don't know if it was the Titans getting obliterated. I simply just mean like the idea of, because if that's how it starts with Black Hand traveling around, because I think one of the things that the Lanterns will establish is that other Lantern Corps exist.
Yep.
The Indigo Tribe, the Star Sapphires, the Sinestro Corps, all that kind of stuff. like 9 cores in total. I don't think they're going to bring in like the ultraviolet core or the sorrow core. Nobody wants to see a Lantern core of a dude just flying around crying, moping about, Carol Fair's leaving and for Hal Jordan. I think if they're building up to the prophecy of Blackest Night, that would be the big event. Because you're right to ask the question, like, what's their Infinity War Avengers Endgame? Right? What are they building up to with all that stuff? Because if we're picking up with a lived-in universe, it stands to reason a lot of people have already died for various reasons, right? Various superheroes, who have been killed off, and we'll probably end up learning about them as time goes on, or something along those lines. And so if they are building it up to prophecy, because the whole idea behind Blackest Night and Brightest Day in DC Comics is Blackest Night resurrected all the dead superheroes. They all became Black Lanterns. And then Brightest Day was just giving the superheroes that DC wanted to keep alive White Lantern rings, which is you cure them of the Black Lantern zombie plague, whatever, and then they just like come back to life and they stay alive. So if that's what DC, I could 100% see them doing the prophecy of Blackest Night.
That would be sick, dude.
Right?
Remember,
because that would be
starts
dope.
with them. It starts with Barry and Hal realizing that somebody took Batman's skull from his grave.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Because that was back when Batman was supposed to have been dead.
Yeah, he dies
after Final Crisis.
Yeah, exactly. He dies after he shoots. Darkseid.
Darkseid shoots him with the Omega Sanction. Yeah. And it technically time displaces him.
Batman's Grant Morrison is like, nah, he didn't die.
Yeah.
He got sent.
He didn't die. He's Batman. He never dies.
Yeah.
He's prepared for everything, even things he couldn't possibly prepare for. He's still prepared for them.
I do love that line though, where Batman's like, "I don't like guns, but for you, I'll make an exception." And then he fucking shoots.
Dude, that was pretty dope.
Darkseid.
Yeah. He shoots Darkseid in the face. Yeah,
that shit was dope.
That was pretty amazing. But no, okay. What if they do that? Bro, what if they do that? What if the whole thing is figuring out the murder of Alan Scott?
Yeah.
And
maybe he's the first Black Lantern. Dude, what if they make him the first?
Well, they make him the first Black Lantern. Because remember, it depends on if they follow the comics. In the Green Lantern, in DC Comics, Green Lanterns can only overcome Black Lanterns if they're accompanied by another Lantern.
Interesting. Okay.
And so like another Lantern Corps. Yeah. Right? It could be any Lantern Corps, Blue Lanterns or whatever, but if they're accompanied by another Lantern Corps. So what if at the end of this, Hal Jordan, he gets his ring, whatever the hell it is, he gets his ring back. He becomes a Green Lantern again. John Stewart's a Green Lantern, Guy's a Green Lantern. They're facing off against either Alan Scott but it'd be cool if it was just Alan Scott by himself. And then maybe like a Saint Walker, whoever shows up, a Blue Lantern shows up.
Yeah.
And oh my God, imagine that. Right? Okay. Do you guys? How many of you got? Oh my God, Josh. See, this is son. Okay.
Shit.
Imagine this. Okay. Imagine this. Fred, imagine this. So, like, take the whole scenario. Okay. Do you remember Rage of the Red Lanterns from the New 52?
No, I don't think. Wait, this was Atrocitus and the cat.
Yeah. Okay. No, dude, it's the dopest shit. Okay. And I want to say that's the introduction of Saint Walker and the Blue Lanterns.
Okay.
But like the Green Lanterns are like ambushed by the Red Lanterns, right? And the Red Lanterns, as you know, are basically just these rage-filled beasts, right? Atrocitus is like the only one that basically allows himself to maintain his mental faculties.
Yeah.
Everybody, all the other Red Lanterns are just it's like fighting an Incredible Hulk with a lantern ring, right? It's dope.
Man.
And so like they're getting ambushed, these guys are getting slaughtered, right? And like they're literally their backs against the wall. And then suddenly, like, what is it? Hal Jordan's ring gets corrupted by one of the Red Lanterns, I think by Atrocitus. And then it's like, like unknown entity detected, whatever it is, something along those lines. This ring starts depowering, and then it starts powering back up. And it's like ring power at 68%, 86%, 102%, 200%. And then like he turns around and Saint Walker's there. And it's like, all will be well. And it's like the Blue Lanterns save the Green Lanterns asses. So like, what if you end up with that situation here where like Alan Scott is a Black Lantern, and Alan Scott, just with the power of a Black Lantern, because Green Lanterns can't defeat Black Lanterns on their own, that like all they can do is hold off. Right? And like Saint Walker shows up, amplifies the power of the Green Lanterns. They basically defeat Alan Scott. Unless he has a White Lantern ring, there's no way to save him, right? He's a dead guy. He's a zombie at this point.
Yeah.
So Alan Scott goes back to the dead. And then Saint Walker is like the prophecy of Blackest Night has begun. And like, we need to like go deal with all that stuff. And like it literally like takes them away. That's dope, because then at that point, and but there's a few other things that happen there. You got the Sinestro Corps War, you have the War of Light,
Yeah.
where all the Lantern Corps basically end up going to war against each other. So like
Yeah.
Marfleas, the Orange Lantern, and the Blue Lanterns, Indigo Tribe, Star Sapphire, Sinestro Corps, Green Lanterns, all this stuff. Like they all end up going, but like that would be dope. Okay,
Dude,
you guys in the
Blackest
chat,
Night is
how much
so
do you
cool,
guys
man.
know about? Oh, it's so phenomenal. Those of you guys who are watching this, how much do you know about the Green Lantern mythos? Josh, do we have time to like explain the Green Lantern mythos?
Oh yeah, no, dude, I
don't know if we have time to explain it.
Well, we probably don't have time to explain the whole goddamn thing, but honestly, dude, I'm
not gonna explain the whole of Jeff Johns' run.
Yeah. No, I've got time here, man. I mean, and this was Jeff Johns and Ethan Van Sciver, and they recontextualized the whole mythos with the emotional spectrum. So tell us about the emotional spectrum, the source wall, and all the Lantern Corps.
Okay. So the emotional spectrum is exactly what it sounds like, a spectrum of emotions. The Green Lantern Corps is in the center, right? And that's why the Green Lanterns are the most balanced of all the corps. But yeah, exactly. Roy G. Biv, right? Those of you guys who remember that whole thing, right? So red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The idea behind it is that like violet, which is the star sapphires, and Rage are obviously on opposite ends of the spectrum. So that's why Guy Gardner wielding a red lantern ring and a star sapphire ring at the same time was kind of mind-blowing, because he was feeling like extreme hate and extreme love at the same time.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, so he was like in a toxic relationship with himself.
And that's like Kyle's secret power, right? Is that he can feel it all, like extreme, right?
Yeah. So I mean, there are checks, and I won't go through like all the checks and balances of all the Lantern Corps. Right? I mean, that's like a 35 minute explanation.
Yeah.
And that's assuming that's even organized and structured, which I would not be able to do on a live stream. But Kyle Rayner became the White Lantern. So with all the Lantern Corps, the White Lanterns are the most powerful. Because the White Lanterns derive their power from the source of creation, which is the source, right?
Yeah.
You have like, as Josh said, you have the source wall, which is literally this barrier, right, that prevents people from like going into the source and basically becoming one with all of creation.
Yeah.
But White Lanterns can do everything. They can alter reality. They can do all kinds of crazy stuff. To become a White Lantern, more often than not, it simply just means mastering all the Lantern rings.
Yeah.
Right, and that's what Kyle Rayner did. Kyle Rayner basically became a master of his emotions and a master of the entire emotional spectrum. And this guy, guys, those of you guys who never read Green Lantern, I kid you not, he was so powerful as the White Lantern, he earned the nickname Space Jesus.
Yep. And he is that. I mean, that's
he is, yeah.
And I love overpowered characters like that. So like, and this was actually after the Ion thing, right?
Oh, this is years after the Ion thing. Like,
yeah, because but even when he has Ion, he was so like, dude, Ion Kyle Rayner was fucking dope, dude. That shit was cool. I'm gonna pull a picture of it right now.
Yeah, they end up there comes a point. I don't remember if it's the War of Light or which one it was, but there comes a point when they kill all the entities of the emotional spectrum, or like all the entities sacrifice themselves, or whatever. But like all the entities die, basically. So that was dope. I think Parallax might be the only one that survives, and I think he was locked away in the central power battery again, but I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, White Lantern Kyle Rayner, yeah, he looked like Jesus.
Yeah, dude.
Well, he was literally space Jesus. It was phenomenal. I simply say all that to say, guys, that if we're going to go into the prophecy of Blackest Night, depending on how they want to handle it, if they want to do like the actual Jeff Johns run, then at that point you're talking about the War of Light, you're talking about the introduction of the various Lantern Corps. But again, we lived in a lived-in, or we're experiencing a lived-in universe. So there's nothing to say that like with what's happening on Earth with the Lanterns TV series, that they were actually sent on a side mission during the War of Light. So the War of all the Lantern Corps is happening out there, right? Like they're all fighting each other. In the midst of all of this, they're sent to Earth, and maybe like Hal Jordan and John Stewart are here because there's whispers of the prophecy of Blackest Night beginning. And this could very, like, supposedly, like they want to find out what happened to Alan Scott, and they realize because he was killed by the Black Hand and because he is becoming a Black Lantern, the prophecy of Blackest Night is coming true. Because if you guys remember the War of Light, right, like the prophecy of Blackest Night popped up and brought that shit to an end with a quickness. Like it was just like, okay, so like Black Lanterns are coming. the prophecy of Blackest Night is true. So, okay, guys, time out
Yeah.
on this gigantic lantern civil war. Let's go deal with that.
Right, exactly.
It was pretty dope. It was pretty solid. But yeah, God, Josh, that would be dope as hell if what James Gunn is building up to is the prophecy of Blackest Night. And honestly, I think that'd be one of the smartest things to do. Because as a comic book fan, you and I both know, if there's any one thing that comic book fans love, it's seeing characters who don't normally get lantern rings getting lantern rings.
Yeah, man. Yeah. No, I mean, dude, I think it has all the right flavor. It's a little bit like Fear itself in Marvel. Remember when they all got the Asgardian tech? Like I loved like Asgardian. Iron Man, he got like the Destroyer armor and he made shit. Spider-Man gets those talons. There were all the worthy that got the hammers and shit like that. So like I think we love that kind of stuff. And you're right, like the lantern ring stuff, particularly the White Lantern. So at this time when these stories were coming out, I was playing HeroClix a lot, and dude, the way they had they did Blackest Night and Brightest Day in HeroClix was like fucking mind blowing. But even before the big event set, they had White Lantern Flash. He was a fucking beast, dude. White Lantern Batman, absurdly powerful, right? Like, so these characters with their White Lantern rings were like absolutely disgusting. But dude, Black Lantern Superman, like Silver Age, what was it? Kal-El 1 or Kal-El 2?
Yeah, it was Earth 2 Superman, I think.
Dude.
Because I think Earth 2 Superman died during Infinite Crisis.
Yes.
Maybe?
Yeah, he dies, and then the Necron and the Black Hand bring him back. And dude, he is powerful as fuck with the Black Lantern ring, and it is awesome. So yeah, I love that kind of flavor of giving the characters crazy powers. Like, dude, that will be absolutely epic. So yeah, I mean, we don't know, right? Early days, early shot, but considering what we know about the lanterns and what he's cooking, like it does kind of make sense that he could be going in that direction. This is also something that Marvel just can't replicate. Like, dude, Marvel cannot replicate Blackest Night. It is a solely DC thing that happened, and it's very popular. So I think it could work, man.
Yeah, that's how you'll know that Marvel's getting desperate, because they're gonna be like, guess what, guys? The new phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, all the superheroes on Earth become members of the Nova Corps. Like, that's how you know they would get like they would get so desperate. Like,
totally. And the Nova helmets now make constructs, right? You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. But by the way, like, kind of as an aside here, did you see the newest clip of the Fantastic Four?
Yeah, and I just saw your tweet actually about it. The fact that they
I was like, Marvel, why would you do that? Like, hey, are you guys excited for the Fantastic Four? Do you guys want to know what the plot of the movie is? Well, find out right now on Twitter.
Yeah,
with the little clip that we just released. And it's like, why would you do that?
But I gotta tell you, I think on the one hand, like, I totally understand why people feel that way, but I think on the other hand, like, they need butts and seats, man. And I think, space. Well,
spoiling the movie's not going to do that.
Well, I mean, it's spoiling one aspect of it, but I think telling a bunch of American families and families around the world that Galactus wants their kid, I think that it's an activating, fun idea. Like, I think a lot of normies would connect with that in a way that, maybe they wouldn't connect to, like, the crazy comic shit. Does that make sense? I feel like
it does, but like,
I feel like that's what they're going for. They're going for moms, dads, grandpas. They want you to be like, oh shit, this is like Rumpelstiltskin, you know what I mean, or something. But dude, that movie, we'll have to talk about that after we see it too, because dude, that looks good. I don't know if you've been seeing those new clips. I have. Rob, they looking good, baby. They looking good. But okay, so look, couple other things, last minute things before. Sorry, you got more to say on the lanterns? Hit me with the lanterns.
Well, no. I actually wanted to pop a question to you on this.
Okay, hit me.
In terms of like where they're going. So in the movie, Ultraman gets tossed into that black hole.
Yes.
Right? Now, I've seen two theories on how that turns out. Number one, that Ultraman basically becomes Bizarro.
Right.
Because he's been referred to as being dumb and he has the powers of Superman.
Yep.
But we never actually heard him talk.
Yeah.
Right? So if Lex Luthor says he's stupid, right, and he says he's dumber even than you, is he actually that dumb?
Yeah.
Right? Now, he may very well just become Bizarro. That's entirely possible. But I've also heard the theory that he becomes the actual Ultraman. Like he's literally being whisked off to Earth 3, and he
yeah.
becomes like the actual Ultraman.
My question,
Ultraman.
I mean, he could go either way, but my thing is like, why call him Ultraman unless you're going to go in the Ultraman direction? Yeah. Like, I think, I think I said even in my breakdown that the Bizarro thing makes sense to me, right? And you and I talked about this a little bit too, and I was like, oh man, like, how could it become Ultraman, right? And you know what I think the real trick would be is if he lands in a universe with a really established Owlman. If he lands in a universe where Owlman is already established and real, Owlman will make this Ultraman closer to the one we know from the comics. Because Ultraman's not a real... He's not a thinker. He's actually a little bit more like Homelander than he is like Bizarro, right?
He's very. I mean, in Earth 3, like all the morality is inverted, right? So Lex Luthor's a good guy. Alfred, Batman, the Justice League, they're all bad guys with the crime syndicate.
Yeah. So, but the only question would be, why isn't there already a Superman there? Like that's the only thing I would question, right? Is like, okay, so he pops into another universe. Why isn't there a Superman there? You know what I mean? Why isn't there an Ultraman?
His family didn't escape Krypton time.
Or
no idea,
or they Project Superman him, or like Owlman took him out or something. Like there's ways they could get around it, but I think it might end up being Ultraman.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring that up is because I've seen kind of whispers of a few theories where, and I don't know how people are going to feel about this because it doesn't involve multiversal stuff, and I think a lot of people are kind of tired of the multiverse.
Fair, yeah.
But it would kind of lean into the idea of like Crisis on Earth 1. Because that is an old Silver Age crossover event that DC did way back in the day. It was the first Crisis they actually did. And it was Earth 1 and Earth 2 teaming up to fend off an invasion from Earth 3. So it's kind of like Forever Evil before Forever Evil.
Right, yep.
And without the supervillains, uniting to defeat the heroes.
Yeah.
But again, that being said, I think it's like way too early for a crossover event.
I agree.
So it's also entirely possible that Bizarro is or Ultraman is just dead. Right?
Yeah,
he just doesn't become
I think I
want to see him as Bizarro. Don't misunderstand. Like I want to see him as Bizarro. That would be dope.
I just think they would have killed him a different way. Like the fact that he goes to the black hole, I think is specific. And I know, like normally a person would die going through a black hole, but a Kryptonian should be able to survive, right? Like. If he's baseline Superman power, he should be able to survive what is known as the event horizon, and he should arrive on the other side, whatever that is. And I think.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna go crazy as hell to you.
Okay, here we go.
All right. So what did he say? What did Lex Luthor say in the movie? Right. He said that he discovered a portal to another dimension, or he discovered another dimension, and what he was doing was creating portals.
Yes.
That allow him to access these different dimensions from anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you, bro, but that sounds like a boom tube.
Oh, okay. So what do you think? You think he arrives somewhere where Apocalypse could find him?
He ends up in Apocalypse.
Dude.
And he ends up becoming an agent of Darkseid.
Yeah,
like Darkseid
turns Red Sun clone, kind of like they do a version of Red Sun.
Yeah, so like he becomes like, and so what if it's just like a Darkseid invasion, right? Because I will say that, I mean, Earth 2 literally did that. It wasn't Darkseid, it was Steppenwolf. Because I mean, if this is really just kind of a reworking of Man of Steel and kind of what you call it, of what the Snyderverse should have been, then like what if it was literally just a boom tube that he opened?
It definitely could be. Well, you know what else I was thinking about was like, so Lex says they tore a hole in between realities, and that's where the pocket universe is. And it makes me think like of the slip space, or I guess they call it the superflow in DC, right? Is there
no. In DC they call it the bleed. In Marvel they call it the superflow.
Gotcha. So that, I mean, we don't know that they're still going to do Authority. It kind of seems like maybe that's going by the wayside, but it makes me think like of the Authority, because their ship sails in the in between, right? So
the Authority.
Yeah.
Oh no! You're talking about the House of Heroes. You're talking about the Multiversal Justice League.
Well, that happens too around the time of Multiverse City, right? But no, the Authority, if you go back and read those comics, their spaceship travels in the not the Superflow, what's it called? The for DC?
The Bleed.
The Bleed.
Dude, I haven't read the Authority in years.
Yeah, they travel through the Bleed and then they teleport back in to reality. So there's like something going on there. And I don't remember if it's the engineer that builds that tech exactly, but yes. So remember in the first run, there's like an altered dimension thing that comes into Earth and then they whack it or whatever. Anyway, I'm getting lost here, but the point is, I wonder if there's anything in there. Is there anything in the Bleed? Is there any like ancient demonic things or anything that would be like, is it dangerous to go in the Bleed?
Mandrake took up residence in the Bleed for a little while, I think, during Final Crisis. But I doubt they're going to bring in Mandrake, right? That's just a monitor trying to destroy the multiverse.
Well, because one of the things I was thinking about,
all in like the fifth dimension.
Well, the only reason I was bringing this up is because when I watched the movie again, like Lex is acting like real crazy at the end of the film, and I started to think like, I wonder if the fact that he's spent so much time in this pocket universe, I wonder if it's affecting him at all. And it made me think a little bit of like Mageddon, right? Do you remember in Grant Morrison's run when there was like that primordial force that was making everybody's reptilian brain like overactivate? And it was like coming towards
Josh, you're out into the weeds a little bit, bro. Like, I don't know.
So the point I'm making is like,
he becomes Mandrake, he becomes a monitor and then an evil monitor.
Yeah, well,
and tries to wipe out the multiverse.
Yeah, what about like, do you think there's anything there with that in between space and like anti-monitor or anything crazy there?
I think that would just kind of come out of left field.
Yeah, it might be.
If they were ever going to bring in anything, I mean, at this point, if they were ever going to do anything like that, that's eons down the road.
Yeah.
Like a decade and a half down the road. I think that what you would be looking at in terms of like their big event, it's going to be something universal, right? It's going to be confined to the existing universe.
Gotcha.
Even Blackest Night, I think, is a bit of a stretch, as cool as that would be.
Yeah.
But I mean, something else to keep in mind too is it also took us like 10 years to get to Avengers, roughly. Well, no, not even 10 years, 4 years.
Yeah.
To get to Avengers. It took us 10 years to get to Avengers Endgame. It took us a long time to get to that point. And so it's entirely possible that James Gunn isn't really doing what Marvel did. He's not really doing like these like linchpin, crossover movies, right? Yeah. Avengers 2, Age of Ultron, Civil War kind of, and then like, Avengers Endgame or Avengers Infinity War and Avengers Endgame. Maybe it's just like a series of projects and then like boom, right? Like the 10-year movie.
Yeah.
And like that's it. And if they were doing that, then Blackest Night would make a lot more sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't I do miss it though, man. I miss the theory crafting.
Yeah,
I miss the theory. I feel, and that I think is the best thing about all this is something that people lost this feeling. And I think they're getting it back now because of Superman. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, I just have a couple more questions for you. I wanted to talk about Checkmate. I want to talk about Brother One, Olmec, Batman, and all that sort of stuff. So, you ready to go on this journey for a second here?
Yes, full transparency. I'm not overly knowledgeable about Brother Eye. So
yeah, no big deal. So the whole thing is because of Maxwell Lord's involvement here, right? And there was one thing in the movie that really stuck out to me, was the nanites, right? So remember there's that line where Engineer says, I've given up my humanity to be able to fight him. Like, so the nanite technology thing, it is viewed by the Engineer as like robbing her of her own humanity, right? Well, what you come to find out in the run that leads to the Olmecs and leads to Wonder Woman snapping Maxwell Lord's neck, right, is that these nanites have been put into people. I think it was like 1 million people around the world. And whenever Lord wanted to, he could snap and turn them into robots. It's actually a little bit like X-Men 97, where they just become like these Olmecs, and it was the nanites. And so I was like, oh man, it's kind of interesting. They set up the nanites, and that's something that happens with Maxwell Lord later, which creates the Olmecs. And my question is, because Batman creates a satellite AI program known as Brother One or Brother I. Okay, this is after an event called Identity Crisis, which was actually like super dark, and it involved sexual assault and like a weird lovers quarrel plan.
And all that.
Yeah, and they mind wipe Batman, which is nuts. Like, how do you even mind wipe Batman? But anyway, it leads to a point where Bruce doesn't trust anybody anymore, and so he's watching every single metahuman with Brother I. Well, what ends up happening is Maxwell Lord takes control of Brother I, and Maxwell Lord is trying to kill.
Oh,
you're
talking about the OMAC project. The
OMAC.
yeah, that was part of Countdown to Final Crisis or Countdown to Infinite Crisis.
Right.
Yeah,
yes.
that I remember.
I remember. Yeah. So this is I think some stuff that's set up in James Gunn's Superman, because you have like the nanites, you have Lord, and you know he's like studying all the metahumans and everything, and it's clearly been established in this world that they're trying to figure out what to do about the metahumans. Okay, so this all leads to a place where Maxwell Lord is mind controlling people. He kills Blue Beetle, right? He's killing like metas, and then he mind controls Superman. And he gets Superman to almost kill Batman and then almost kill Wonder Woman, right? And then this leads to a point where Wonder Woman snaps his neck. Okay, so that's like the basics of Maxwell Lord and maybe his most famous story. Would you agree that's kind of like his most famous thing in comics, the Black King stuff?
Yeah, definitely the Checkmate stuff, right? Like taking over Checkmate in order to destroy metahumans. 100%.
Yeah. So do you think
that's like the iconic moment when he takes control of Superman? Yeah.
So do you think that's what he's doing here, Gunn? You think we're going to get some of that flavor with Maxwell Lord?
I don't know. You can answer this question. Is Amanda Waller, like Viola Davis is Amanda Waller, is she part of the Gunn universe?
She is, yeah.
Okay, then it depends on how they want to handle it. Because originally Checkmate was established by Amanda Waller with Valentina Vostok, I think, overseeing the program. And all Checkmate was, it was kind of like Task Force X, where Task Force X dealt with like metahuman threats or different things like that. Suicide Squad, basically. That Checkmate dealt with various campaigns that were instrumental to like American interests or something. It was kind of clandestine and kind of weird and wonky. Eventually it was taken over by Maxwell Lord. If they decide to expand Amanda Waller out, they could kind of bridge the gap between the two.
Right.
And honestly just say that like Amanda Waller creates Checkmate and she puts Maxwell Lord in charge of it. And then Maxwell Lord secretly starts using Checkmate to try to destroy the metahumans.
Right.
I kind of feel like Maxwell Lord, if they were going to do Maxwell Lord as like some kind of a villain, that wanted to destroy superheroes, they would have done a little more with him than have like a 10-second moment with Sean Gunn.
Yeah. But he's funding the Justice Gang. So the Hall.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so the Hall of Justice and their uniforms literally have the Lord Industries thing on it.
Yeah,
so,
I totally forgot about that.
Right. So what do you think? Do you think that maybe there's something there? Because he's obviously involved in watching them in some way, right?
But there's also no guarantee this Maxwell Lord is a villain either. I mean, he definitely is. Like 100% he would be.
Yeah,
but, I don't know.
Yeah, because
I need to think on. I need to think on all this stuff.
Yeah, well, this is where I started to think about it, because I was like, man, the most famous thing I remember about Maxwell Lord was the mind control stuff with Superman, right? And
100%.
So
that's the thing everybody remembers.
Yeah, so he controls him, and then Wonder Woman snaps that neck and cashes that check. But what's ironic is they end up this ends up becoming a big thing, because it gets broadcast out to the world, kind of like how Superman's message was. And people turn on Wonder Woman. They're like, dude, what's she doing just snapping people's neck, right? So
they turn on metahumans. They turn on metahumans as a whole, because the whole thing's presented as like, this is the danger metahumans pose.
Yeah, and it's like, I could see how he would be building towards that, because, you know, like Superman's so hopeful, and it's a feel-good movie. But bro, like the more you think about it and the more you look at it, like, I think some people are dogging the film for leaving some things ambiguous and for maybe like not like correctly saying what the morality of the thing is. Like, frankly, it is a little wild that Superman would go threaten a world leader. That's crazy. But it's framed in such a way that you're like, no, he's just trying to do the right thing and he's just being a good guy. However, I think what some people are complaining about as far as like that doesn't get explored enough. I think that's because it's a seed that then will grow into a really anti-superhero sentiment. I think people are not being patient enough for how maybe some of the things that you think are sloppy in this film are actually going to be explored later and create, motivations for characters that are going to cause conflict, et cetera, et cetera. So with all of that in mind, I was like, I think I think they're setting something up interesting with Maxwell Lord, because right now the Justice Gang is going to be, I think the Justice Gang becomes the Justice League, right? Like that's what we all kind of think is happening. If that happens with Maxwell Lord involved, then it will forever hang over that group. Like, is he just watching them to take them out eventually, And like, is he just building that plan? But the main problem here, though, Rob, is where is Batman?
Yes.
Without Batman, almost none of this works, right?
That I think is the missing piece. And number one, I don't even know, because I think that's kind of what we're all waiting on, is like the Trinity: Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
It's cool that we got Superman, and it's cool we got Guy Gardner, and it's cool we got Mr. Terrific and all that kind of stuff. But I think that you, me, and everybody else who are comic book fans are kind of like select, but like the Trinity though.
Yeah.
Like Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. Like, where are they? And I think that the biggest revelation in terms of what all is going on here will come with the introduction of those two. Right. I think that to the point that you made earlier, we'll get little hints from Lanterns. We'll get little hints from this project here, little hints from that project there. But I think that by the time Batman arrives on the scene, and by the time Wonder Woman arrives on the scene, that will kind of solidify the bigger thing. Because tell me if you think I'm wrong about this, right? I think that Batman will be the means by which the Trinity discovers what's going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, with everything he knows and how smart he is, right? He'll be the one that's like, here's what's going on, guys. Wonder Woman will be like, and here's how we destroy it.
Sure.
And Superman's like, and here's how we do that, while also making sure that we don't catch innocent people in the crossfire.
Yeah.
And like that'll be like the Trinity figuring out how to deal with that problem.
Agreed.
Yeah. I think that's kind of what'll end up happening, but I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And you know what else is like, because Batman's just so important to it. And look, I think it needs to be Pattinson, right? But here's the thing. They need to make it so the first Batman movie and this next one they're doing, they need to make that like 10 years before Superman. Because Luthor's ability of tech has to be matched by Batman. Like, the Batman in Reeves' universe is like trying to figure out how not to get shot point blank by a shotgun, and it's like, that's not good enough, brother. You know what I mean? Like, that's not, you're not
maybe, but I like the idea that, like, because I mean, he's only technically it's Batman year 2, but it's like January 1st year 2, essentially. Like, he's just starting off his second year, right? So he's only been Batman for about a year or so, and I do love that. Like, I love that he's learning to become Batman. That being said, even if they do roll Robert Pattinson's Batman in, we don't really know how he compares in relation to where Superman is right now.
That's fair. Yeah. So we don't. So it's entirely possible. Wait, is Superman in year 3? Okay, does anybody actually have a timeline for where we are? He's in year 3 as far as revealing
he's in year 3.
himself, but he could have been obviously developing his powers longer than that. If you think about Smallville, what is Smallville? Like, all the way up till he finally reveals himself at the end, right? So, like, it's not like Clark didn't
that's
learn.
That's like when he becomes Superman.
Right. He learned along the way. But yeah, I would say he's 3 years into his official superhero career.
Yeah, that much I know for Superman. But I mean, like, the timeline in relation to, like, Batman.
We'd have no idea. I think Gunn is keeping it specifically vague.
Okay. Because I think it'd be really cool, and it'd be a really great way to kind of fill that issue. Because Gotham and Matt Reeves' Batman does kind of have an older feel, almost like a 90s-ish feel to a degree. I mean, obviously not. I mean, there's the internet and stuff like that, but like, it does kind of have like an older feel.
Sure.
So it's entirely possible that Batman takes place 5 years ago.
Yeah.
In what is now Superman's time.
Yeah, that feels appropriate.
And do a lot in 5 years.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, especially for Bruce fucking Wayne, you can do a lot in a single year. So for sure, like, because my thing is just like, I love this Lex Luthor, bro. This was a perfect Lex Luthor, and part of the reason why though is because He's so fucking smart, dude. Like, he knew 2,500 different moves on how to beat Superman.
Yeah.
He created a literal pocket dimension, right? Like, or pocket universe. So in the story we were just talking about with Batman, Batman creates satellite AI that becomes sentient like Ultron, the brother one, right? And Maxwell Lord takes it over or whatever. But like, I just struggle to see the current Robert Pattinson Batman creating that. He needs to develop in such a way that like Batman's tech, because like my thing is I want to see the best version of Batman ever in the DCU, and it has to be super comic-y. Like it has to match up with what they're doing in this story. Mr. Terrific is a great sort of side example. Like Mr. Terrific has all the T-spheres and the tech and all that sort of stuff. He fights his way. Lex Luthor has all the techs, all the intelligent, and he fights his way. Batman's like a version of that if he grew up in fucking Sparta. Like he's gonna have that same level of tech, but with a laser focus on like combat efficiency. You know what I mean? So like I need to see that.
That's the Bat. You want the Batman that is technologically and strategically always one step ahead of everybody else.
Yes.
Outside of like Mr. Yeah. So you want that. You want like the established Batman, right? This guy sees you coming from every angle. That's fair. You know, that is fair. Because I think that if James Gunn introduces that version of Superman or that version of Batman, given how Superman is right now, it almost kind of begs the question, will Superman ever catch up to Batman?
Right.
Like, will he ever get caught up to where Batman is? And it does kind of give Batman that sort of, I am more capable than you are, Superman, despite the powers that you have.
We would believe
it would kind of give
the
that
events
feeling.
of Doom, right? Like we would believe the Tower of Babel if we had that version.
Yeah. And I mean, truth to tell, right? I mean, with Batman, it's a little difficult because you kind of have to balance that idea of Batman who could be killed by Superman. Like, what is it? Oh my God. How could I forget his name? James. God, his name is James, but the YouTube channel that he has. Oh Jesus.
I'm blanking on
Anyway, yeah, he's one of like the big. Oh my God, how in the hell do I forget the name of James's channel? He has the podcast Caravan of Garbage.
yeah. Oh shit, now I'm blanking on his name.
Yeah, Mr. Sunday Movies.
Yes,
Jesus.
Mr. Sunday Movies.
If he ever sees this, he's gonna be like Rob. I feel so betrayed. Like,
yeah.
How could you not remember me?
Yeah, for sure.
Mr. Sunday Movies had this hilarious video years ago where he was talking about how all the ways that like Superman could kill Batman, and like every instance of how Superman could kill Batman was also and kick his head off.
Yep.
Right. Like he could throw him into the sun after kicking his head off.
Yeah.
Right. Like he could punch him in the face and kick his head off. Like Superman could kill him any number of ways. But I do like the idea of having a Batman where it's like, sure, at any moment, if Superman really wanted to, he could just kill him. Right. He could just grab Bruce and just like throw him to Saturn, and that would be it. But at the same time, it's the Batman who knows that Superman wouldn't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And even if only on a subtle level, uses that.
Oh, he uses that for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, uses that and is like, I know what you're not willing to do.
Yep.
Right. And like I know what you are willing to do. And I know that when it comes down to it, I could kill you if I had to. Mm-hmm. Right. Like I love the version of Batman that just keeps a little bit of kryptonite in his utility belt.
Yep.
Just in case. Right. That version of Batman.
That's what I'm talking about.
And I would agree with you wholeheartedly. Like Robert Pattinson is not that Batman, or at least he doesn't come across as that Batman based on that movie. It's
Right.
not to say that he couldn't be that Batman.
Yeah.
But I could definitely see an argument of how Robert Pattinson, the way he appears, the way he carries himself,
Yes.
and just the way he looks, doesn't quite come across as that. Yeah, like Atosky, right? Like that master tactician, authoritative Batman. He doesn't quite come across that way.
Yeah.
So I could definitely see how you would be a little hesitant and say, I want somebody that gives off the physical appearance.
Yeah.
Of having a little more authority than that.
You could tweak it, you know what I mean? Like you could connect the two because like DC obviously has done Year One and then they did a Earth One. Like they've done Batman where he's a little green around the ears, you know what I mean? So like they could absolutely do it, but I think to get to the Justice League, and it's like if you think about what Gunn has announced so far, right? He said he wanted to do the Grant Morrison run, Brave and the Bold. Well, at that point, Batman is completely established. In fact, he's older, right? So it's almost like Gunn. You see what Gunn said outside. If we just take Robert Pattinson's thing off the table, and we just look at what Gunn has said. He clearly wants to do the Fantastical Batman too. He wants to do the detective. He wants to do comic Batman from that run with Grant Morrison, with Damian Wayne, put at odds against his
Batman and Son, Batman Incorporated.
So that's where Gunn...
Well, then that's Jensen Ackles. That's Jensen Ackles right there.
That would be perfect. But the problem with that, Rob, is how can you sell that while also selling Pattinson? Because people do love Pattinson.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the biggest reason why a lot of people don't see Robert Pattinson, see Pattinson as like the Batman that they imagine, like you don't see him as the Batman you imagine. It's probably largely because he's just so soft-spoken.
Right.
Like Gotham City.
And sad.
Really
he just seems sad, bro. Like,
and Gotham City is a place where innocent people get killed. It sounds like just like the diary entries of like some really emo kid.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like... Is it like, for example, like if you go and you read, like the perfect example of this, if you go and you read, well, you've read it, but like for those of you guys in the chat, you go and you read Scott Snyder's Batman.
Yeah.
The opening statement, he talks about how Gotham City is a place that he knows better than anybody else possibly could. He knows it in and out.
Yep.
And then by the time you get to the end of Court of Owls, you realize he doesn't know as much as he thinks he does.
Yep.
At no point in that story, if you go back and read it, can you see Pattinson?
No.
But just because of the way that he talks. Having said that, Robert Pattinson is one of the greatest actors of our time.
Right.
So I would easily say if they just give him a little more confidence, right? If he's like 6 years into being Batman, by the time this Superman movie came out, there's a lot more confidence there. There's a lot more self-assuredness because even within the Batman from Christopher Reeves, he's not confident in himself as Batman.
Sure.
Right. He doesn't have that kind of. He's like I've just now started this.
Yeah.
Right. And so if you could get him to that point or evolve him to that point where he is confident and he is comfortable, but he has all this money, he's actually using it in ways that Batman would, I think it could work. I think he could absolutely pull it off.
I agree. I agree. I think it would be hype as hell, bro. Like it would be so hype, but they have to do some heavy lifting. Like they would have to figure that out. They'd have to branch that and figure that out. But I think it would be a good problem to have because otherwise Gunn is looking at, I mean, frankly, it kind of seems like the Batman 1 will probably make more money than Superman. That makes it a little uncomfortable. And then also, Matt has been delayed, so they're filming at the beginning of next year. It probably won't come out until 2027. So can James Gunn really wait 2 years and then wait for Matt to do his Batman and then he does
That's a fair point.
His Batman? Like that just doesn't seem like it's going to work. So the better solution is tweak part 2, take Pattinson a little bit closer, and then you end cap 2027 or begin 2028 with World's Finest with the two of them. You know what I mean? And that's the move, but I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see.
That was something that I hadn't thought about, right? Like the instant Superman came out, the instant it hit the theater, people watched the movie, and the instant they left their seats, the clock started ticking.
Yeah.
When do we get Batman?
Yep.
So I didn't even think about that, Josh. That's a really good point. Can he afford to wait 2 years to release a Batman movie?
Yeah, dude. I don't think you can, especially in today's environment. And then here's the other side. If let's say Supergirl underperforms as well, then you just did 2 Superman projects in a row, knowing that Batman is the more popular character. That's gonna hurt because
I mean,
it's just tough. Like that's a tough sell.
To T88's point, James Gunn has explicitly said we are not rushing projects.
That is true. That is absolutely true. Yeah,
that's the fair point. Now, is that him misjudging? Right?
We'll see. I mean,
is that him just kind of being like, actually, we kind of have to because fans want to see it?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like it's very, very tough, man. Because I just think, especially because it seems like comic book movies are getting like it's not as easy for them to do as well anymore. They really have to do something special, and I love Superman, and I think most comic book fans love this James Gunn Superman movie, but it's not doing
Yeah.
as great as it probably should be. That's a little bit of comic book movie fatigue. Maybe it's just that Superman is not as popular as Batman, especially overseas, right? So it's like, if you're DC, can you really afford, because you do have something here. You have something great. You have a great foundation, and you can build off of this. But can you really afford to do 2 super people projects and then Clayface? I don't know, man. Like, I feel like you need Batman or you need Wonder Woman hella fast, you know? Maybe they could buy some time with Wonder Woman. Like, if they do Wonder Woman and they let Matt cook with his Batman Part 2 and then they did Batman, maybe. But I still think, like, you know, this is not an ideal situation, man.
Yeah. Fair enough. That's a good point. I hadn't quite thought about that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they do it. But yeah, I mean, I think that is a good bit of nerding out and speculating. Is there anything else you wanted to bring up about the movie, man? I mean, I think we went to all sorts of places.
Yeah, we went to all sorts of places. I'll simply just kind of offer my final thought in saying this. Like, I know there's going to be a lot of comparisons between Man of Steel. I know a lot of people are gonna, complain about the end of the Snyderverse and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
All joking aside and all, busting people's chops and all that kind of stuff, all that out of the way. In my mind, this is the best Superman has been since Christopher Reeves. It's a version of Superman that lives in a universe that feels like the comic books.
Yeah.
It is a version of Superman that is figuring himself out. That's not quite your grandfather's Superman, but it's pretty evident he's going to get there. It is an incredible start to what will hopefully be an incredible universe.
Yes.
And I think that James Gunn, while he did handle Superman personally, I think that there are a few potential issues coming down the road when he hands projects off to other people. And I think that's why he needs to be very, very particular about who writes what projects, who directs which projects, and I mean meticulous.
Yeah.
Because to make a bold statement and to say that the tone of each project is going to feel different, the tone of each project is going to be unique, and it's going to be relative to what that character is supposed to feel like, it's very easy to get that wrong.
Yeah.
It's very easy to get that wrong. And comic book movie fans and comic book readers and even the movie-going audience will absolutely, call that out.
Yeah.
And will absolutely point that out. And that could, in some capacity, hurt the movie, especially in terms of where it fits into the larger, landscape. But, again, I think all in all, if this universe that James Gunn has kind of introduced us to in this first movie, if this is really what he has coming down the road, this is going to be amazing. Like, it's going to be an incredible universe to be a part of. Yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to it.
I agree. I mean, I'm really excited about it. I really love this movie. Didn't think I would love it as much as I did, and I really, really do. And it gets Superman right in a way that I don't think other movies have. I personally still prefer Man of Steel because I'm like a sucker for just this like super grand, like it really goes for it and it's really trippy and crazy. But I think this DCU has a beautiful chance, and it's the most different but also familiar that DC has felt in a long time. There have been so many different versions, the CW universe, the animated stuff with Bruce Timm, which was really the best thing they had for many years. And then of course Zack's whole thing. And I just think on the whole, DC has never been able to find its footing quite like Marvel over at least the past 15, 20 years. And it deserves it. This is the best entry, let's start getting into DC. The best version of that I have ever personally seen. And so I'm rooting for it. And I think that DC fans have something to latch onto and be excited about. There's still going to be a lot of baggage and there's still a lot of questions moving forward. The best thing this universe can do is to do better and better and keep winning and winning. And then it'll quiet some of the conflict and I think more people would get on board. And then they just have to, just kind of keep doing what they did here. Satisfying people, satisfying audiences, find a way to dial it up, find a way to get the international audiences a little bit more on board. And then I think they're cooking. You know, if we get to Blackest Night, brother, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. You know, like honestly, I think that's what most of us that are into comics, we see the potential and we're willing to root for this thing to get there. So that's where I'm at with it. And again, I appreciate you coming in here and you know, giving these guys a good ass show, man. I felt like that was really sweaty, really nerdy, and really fun. So thank you.
Yeah, this was really cool. And as a last little jab for all Snyder fans out there, you guys will end up coming around. Complain all you want to. You guys are going to end up coming around, and I'll see you over here when you do. So.
Sounds good, brother.
I'll catch you guys later, man.
All right, appreciate you, Rob. Take care, brother.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys, you're going to come around. I don't know. I mean, Rob thinks you're going to come around. I think some of y'all are never going to come around, but you know that's all right. So I'll catch up on some chats here a little bit. We also have some other topics to get into, guys. One thing we have to discuss is the numbers for Superman. The adjusted numbers came in, and they are better than we thought. So let me see if I can find what Luis reported here. All right, let me see if I can find Luis Fernando. Okay, so this is pretty impressive here. Let's check this out. I didn't know which way the actuals were going to go. You know, you kind of get a little nervous. Updated Sunday estimates, 3 million higher for Superman at the US box office, scoring 125. That's pretty good, guys. Only under Lilo and Stitch and Minecraft, which opened at 146 and 162. Word of mouth doing its job. An incredible 17% drop from Saturday, which is really good. I would remind people that Man of Steel dropped literally 0% from Saturday into Sunday, but that was kind of unheard of at the time. Second biggest opening for James Gunn's career, beating Guardians 3's 118, only under Guardian 2. So pretty good. Unfortunately, it still seems pretty soft in the international markets, but that is good. And it is possible that if they have a really strong hold into week 2, you could see this thing maybe, in my opinion, getting to 6 or 7. I still think it's kind of stuck around the 5s, but we'll see. We'll follow along together and we'll find out together. So that's kind of fun. What other thoughts, questions, comments do you guys have before we get off of the Superman topic? Let me try to catch up on some stuff here. Superman was sick. F those Marvel clowns are cooked. DC all the way. Big love, broski. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Henny Boo Boo says, I like Gunn writing big moments for DCU. We all know Feige is writing and directing more than most producers. Gunn is just being more obvious with it. That's fair. That is fair. John says, Superman was dope. I think I loved it. Second watch is tonight. What are your 3 must-haves for Superman 2, DC Rising? I hope F4 hits too. Much love. What are my 3 must-haves for Superman? I think he has to be stronger. I think he has to be a bit smarter. And I don't want him to lose his boyishness or his charm. But I do think it's fair, like, if there are some characters around him that just try to get him to see things from a different perspective, I would like to see a little bit of emotional maturity from him. Like, you deadass should not be taking world leaders and sticking them up against cactuses. Not good. So that'd probably be my 3 things. Rossi says, I'm just happy Josh knew World War I came before World War II. Oh, I thought they counted him down, actually. Thought it was the other way. Jared says, been a little while, but I hope you, the family, and the community are doing well. Always the den of goats, and shout out Rob. Oh, hell yeah, man. Shout out Rob. I really appreciate him coming on today, man. I wanted to just get really nerdy, and I knew we were going to have to talk about the numbers. We were going to have to talk about Man of Steel, et cetera, and I totally get that. That's a part of the fandom as well. But I do think, just being a nerd, man, thinking about comics, speculating, I think that's a fun part of this as well. So I wanted to do that too. RF Gaming says, been on a work call. Did we talk about how perfect Skylar Gisondo is for Jimmy Olsen? I've been watching him for years. He is good. What else is he in, man? I'm not really familiar with that cat, but he did great in the film. DBZ's now with a $10 holler. That's very generous. Says it's Peacemaker and then Lanterns. And in the new teaser in the theaters, they mentioned something of other dimensions. Oh, that's interesting. I can't really get down with Peacemaker. I mean, if there's something cool that happens in it, I would check it out as far as like just trying to know what's going on in the universe. But I really can't see myself sitting down and watch Peacemaker. But that is interesting. Yeah. Thank you, man. First Gaming says, by the way, Superman officially debuted with 3 million more. Yeah, we just talked about that. That is impressive. Absolutely impressive. Trust in the DC movie brand is more important. Yeah, you could be onto something with that. They definitely. So the thing is, they have high scores, right? They have high audience scores, high critic scores. You know, unfortunately, the numbers kind of indicate that maybe that didn't exactly translate into box office, but we'll see. Maybe that'll be reflected in the week 2 drop. If the week 2 drop is like next to nothing, then you'd have to say it's lagging out because of strong word of mouth, right? Tom Holland says, as Sam Raimi's Superman sequel would feed families, imagine everything Gunn did, but more focused themes, more epic, less campy humor. I want Raimi. I think Raimi would be an interesting choice. I feel like they need to find some new, fresh talent. In the same way that the MCU found like the Russo brothers and Taika Waititi and, you know, Coogler and kind of grabs up these young and talented people, I think DC needs that as well. Gunn needs that as well. There is an issue there, I think, because, you know, I think there's a lot of reasons that talent would look at Gunn and his pedigree and basically say, like, there's no way I'm going to take notes from this guy. I know some of you don't like to hear that, but I think that's true. You know, like, I could not imagine. Gunn's pedigree is just really not that impressive. You know, a little bit better with Superman, frankly, but, you know, that's an issue. Kevin's able to acquire talent and court talent because you know he's the fucking man, but also you're going to get director title and you're going to have a summer camp time and you know what I mean? So it's, I don't know, it's tough because, yeah, I mean, I think that's just kind of potentially a hang up there. But I do agree that Gunn needs to get other talented folks. He cannot do this himself. I don't think it's going to work if he just does it. Special Ed, what's up, brother? 5 gifted memberships. Holy! That is pretty generous, man. That is pretty generous. That's not really how it works, though. You sign a project, you want to work with Gunn. Like what? Wait, what do you mean? If you sign onto a project, you want to work with Gunn. Like what? Well, so there's 2 sides of this, right? There's the career side of it, as in, like, is this the right move for my career? That is dependent on where the person is at in their career. So, like, I'm trying to kind of see what you're saying, Adam, and I think there's a part of you that's saying, like, for certain people, they're obviously going to take the job, and then they would obviously want to work with Gunn. But what I'm pointing out is, in Hollywood, like, that's not really... Hollywood actually has a really unique way of building projects. There's actually one thing that Hollywood does really well. It's all freelance teams that get put together. Everybody usually works with people they've worked with in the past. And you kind of, like, assemble a team. Everybody's contract. Everybody gets paid up front. You work on a project and then release, and then you go about your business. Okay? So because of that, I mean, that's why you see things like, you know, Gunn, frankly, working with his family a lot, Nolan working with certain actors a lot, and all that sort of stuff. And it extends into the behind the scenes as well, right? There would be many folks in Hollywood that would see working with Gunn or working with Warner Brothers or DC as a huge and beautiful opportunity. However, a lot of the people that I think would be the biggest names are not at a place in their career where that is true. Okay? So, for instance, Ryan Coogler. Right now, there's a lot of folks that are saying Ryan Coogler DC. I cannot imagine Ryan Coogler wanting to take notes from James Gunn. Okay, I could be wrong about that. Maybe they love each other. Maybe Coogler sees him as a really brilliant guy that could give good insight, etc., etc. Coogler walked away from Marvel to make a statement about his personal ability as a filmmaker. So I cannot see Coogler wanting to work for DC and for James Gunn, because James Gunn has established himself as so much of the figurehead here. It would frankly be different if it were just studio folks. If it was Peter Safran, I don't think Coogler has as much of an issue. But if you go work at DC under James Gunn, you are kind of like second fiddle, at least currently that's what it looks like, to James Gunn. I'm telling you right now, there are many folks in Hollywood that are not going to do that, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Now, there will be some that will take the job and they'll be excited and they'll want to do it for sure. And I think he's going to find good folks. But because it is James Gunn, and again, I know some people are just like, I don't know. They can't see Gunn for like the goofy, silly dude that he is that has had like a weird career, but that's who he is. You know, most people in Hollywood, they know exactly who James Gunn is, right? So you're just not going to be able to acquire talent as easily as Kevin Feige and Marvel Studios. Now, they have their own issues, but I think it's just a different thing. Tommy Foster says, any Unity update? It's been a minute. It has been a minute. You know, I'm going to look some stuff over this week, and I'm hopefully going to make some calls, and then hopefully we'll be able to talk more about the updates. I was very close to giving an update like a couple of months ago, and then things fell apart again. And I'm actually glad I didn't give the update then, because I'm really sick of this like, oh, we're back, oh, we're not really back kind of energy. So I don't want to talk about Unity until we're like really and truly back. I can say there's a lot of work being done, but also there's obviously some major problems. Otherwise, we'd be you'd be reading the book. So that's probably all I can say for now. Hopefully very soon, though. Hopefully soon we have updates for you guys. I'm behind. I love the movie and agree that the entire universe shouldn't look this way. But I think that worked for Superman and the Justice Gang created moving forward. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Sweet, can't wait. Just reread it again. Oh, awesome. No, I'm glad. I mean, dude, I'm obviously proud of it, but yeah, there's some serious issues, you know. Serious issues. Let Coogler do Mr. Terrific. Honestly, guys, why would Coogler want to do that? You know what I mean? Like, I understand from a fan perspective why you would want that. Why would Coogler want that? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I think you're not, maybe we're just seeing it differently, you know, and that's fine, but I just don't see that, you know? Scotty says, my girlfriend is in town and we really like Superman. Shout out to Ari. Shout out. Do not give it to Coogler. I think Coogler would do fine, but again, why would he want that? Why would he want to do that project? That doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, I don't know about that shit, bruh. I don't know about that shit, brother. Was there a new Fantastic Four trailer, or was that something you guys made up? I saw some of you guys talking about that. Coogler Clayface 2, 100%, of course. Who wouldn't want that? He'll go the Peel route. Yeah, I kind of see that as the way. Now, look, Black Panther is different. Okay, Black Panther is totally different. Number one, it's Black fucking Panther. Number two, it's Ryan Coogler's shit. He brought that shit to life. So that's different. You know what I mean? So, like, I think Coogler's going to do Black Panther 2 or 3, and then he might be out. But either way, like, that's a bit of his baby. That's totally different than, like, James Gunn's spin-off character for his Superman movie. Do you know what I mean? Like, hell nah. In fact, if Coogler does that, he has a terrible agent. That is a terrible move. Missed my super chat, but I was talking about how Gunn needs Noah Hawley. I think he has enough quirks to make it happen, but working under Gunn, I don't know. Yeah, Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I love Noah Hawley. I think Noah Hawley would obviously do great work. I don't know what personal connection he has to the characters or not. Hard to say. Hard to say. Appreciate you though, man. Thank you. Ban him, Jay? Who? Ban who? What are you talking about? What the hell is this? How much you want to bet this is Warhammer that Adam sent? Oh yeah, I saw this. It's great. Yep, I saw that earlier this morning. I thought it was great. Don't worry, we'll talk about that. We got some stuff to get into with the Fantastic Four. I just want to linger on Superman a little bit more. So if it's 217 was the number, but they got 3 million more, so that puts it at 320 or 220 worldwide. That's decent. That's decent right there. That's pretty decent. I wouldn't argue with that. That's pretty decent right there. Coogler needs to do a Static Shock movie. I mean, look, as far as I understand, I think the Static Shock issue is like a legal issue. Gunn kind of commented on this and said that it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. So yeah, I mean, maybe that's like a milestone thing. I'm not really sure. I agree it's weak for Superman, but the movies have been bad for so long. Yeah. Well, let's talk about this a little bit. Yeah, legal issue. Yeah. So those characters were created by a group of artists that made an imprint known as Milestone Comics. And I believe there's a contractual issue between them and DC. That's all I really know about it. But yeah. Ryan Coogler is from Black Panther's Origin Oak. What? Not sure what you mean, but all right. Okay, let's talk about Superman. And so I think there's a question out there of like, why didn't it do better when it comes to Superman, right? And I think that's fair because these numbers are good. And even between the very first segment we did today and this segment here, the numbers have gone up. So you're looking at 3 million more on the domestic side. Seems to make it 220 total, 125 domestic take, which is pretty damn good. But I still think there's a question of like, why not more? You know, I mean, it's tracking behind Man of Steel. It's tracking behind a lot of big Marvel movies. It's tracking behind the Batman, you know, the Matt Reeves John, right? So the question is like, why? Why isn't it tracking better? And then, you know, an extension of that question is, how can it do better from here? Because I got to say this, as much as I love the movie, you know, we're going to see how the box office actually shakes out. But I still think this is kind of disappointing considering Superman is the biggest superhero ever. Like, he should be the most known, like, obviously a super big deal. So to me, I would have expected a lot more. When we were talking about projections last week, I was expecting around 250. I thought it really would open to like 140 domestic and like 110 worldwide. I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense. 250 worldwide, great opening. We're under that, right? So the question would be why? Well, maybe the best way to answer this is to actually discuss why and how I think it can do better next time. Okay, so what will make DC pop in the future? And maybe by going through this, we can understand why it didn't pop so much right now. I think the first thing you could point out is it's obvious that if the movie was bigger, it would do better. Okay, so this movie is really crazy. There's a lot going on. It's very fun. It's a little all over the place, but it really is just Superman getting kind of tricked and played by Lex Luthor, beating a Kryptonian clone. Like that's basically it. Okay. Whereas like Man of Steel, you cold open like on Krypton, you're seeing that culture, you're like, holy shit, this is fucking crazy. Then you have Man of Steel, Superman having visions, seeing the thing with Zod with all the skulls and shit like that. You've got him, obviously fighting the big Kryptonian, fighting Zod at the very end of the film. Man of Steel feels like it's an easier sell to like just your average moviegoer. Like there's just so much more going on. It feels like a bigger movie. Superman feels very small, isolated on the character of Superman himself. I mean, beyond that, it's obvious if you were to add a Batman to this, it would be absolutely massive. Batman v Superman was the thought process during the Snyder era, because I think they know Batman is a much more popular character. That would do a lot better. I think if the villain were more grand, like something like a Darkseid, like something like a Brainiac, even Blackest Night or something like that, I feel like that's a lot crazier, right? And the good news here is they will dial it up. Just naturally, you always want the sequel to be bigger. You want to go bigger. You want to build towards something. And so it's not necessarily a problem that Superman started this way, but I bet Warner Brothers is going to take a look at the box office, depending on where it shakes out. And I bet they're going to say, we probably should have gone for more of like an obvious spectacle and sell. Like an obvious sell on what is the big bad here. Why is that so crazy? So the Marvel equivalent would be like, you really do want to do a Doctor Doom, or you really do want to do an Ultron, a Loki, a Thanos, as compared to maybe some of the more weaker villains that you've seen in some of the other weaker Marvel projects, right? So I think that's kind of part of it, is like it probably should be bigger. Like, I don't know if you guys agree, but doesn't this movie feel a little small? And I think it's the selling point too. If you really think about this, what's the selling point of Superman? That it's just like really good Superman, right? Like at the end of the day, what most people are saying about this film is he's the perfect Superman. It's a great Superman movie. But they're not really saying like, holy shit, that Superman movie. Does that make sense? That's a different thing, And strangely, I actually think a lot of other movies are doing this better. Like, I think the Jurassic movie did it better. Dude, I couldn't tell you what the fuck the Jurassic movie's about, but I know for sure that if you go to see that movie, you're going to see a bunch of Jurassic stuff, a bunch of dinosaurs, a bunch of tense scenes where people get hurt or killed or crazy shit like that. Like, it's obvious that that's what it's going to be, and it seems like it has it in spades. I don't know what a chicken jockey is, but I know Minecraft is full of a whole bunch of goddamn ridiculous stuff that made people do TikToks and yell in their theater and throw popcorn, stand up on each other and do all kinds of crazy shit like that, okay? I don't even know what a Lilo and Stitch is, but I think there's an inherent value proposition to seeing the live action version of something you loved in animated form. I think that's what it is. I don't think Superman has anything like that. I don't think it has anything that you can easily sell to a normie audience to excite them, especially if they don't like Superman. That's what I think it is. And again, I think Batman is the clearest way forward for them, and hopefully they figured that out, man. I also want to say that I think this movie and I think this universe needs way less Gunn, way less James Gunn. Okay, and I want to break this down though, because it's more than just like we need less James Gunn. There's actually a reason that I think this could be holding the film back, right? And Grace Randolph, I didn't agree with everything she said in Movie Math yesterday, but one thing she said about Gunn I thought was actually pretty on point. The studio, Warner Brothers, clearly decided that Gunn was the draw. Okay? Meaning, that's why he's in all the promo, right? That's why he's doing the big announcements. That's why he's in the beginning of Peacemaker, all of this shit. From their perspective, from Zazzy's perspective, we got the Marvel guy. We got the Guardians of the Galaxy guy. So from their perspective, they're like, we've got the fucking Marvel guy. So of course we want to use him to leverage all the Marvel fans to enter into this universe. Okay? Totally makes sense from their perspective. You could also argue that David is not a big draw. Rachel is not a big draw. Nicholas Hoult is a decent draw, but even still, it's not like he's even close to like a Tom Cruise level or anything like that, okay? So You could see why the studio took this path. It makes sense. Here's the problem. I think the studio is, and this is what Grace brought up, they are underestimating the anti-Hollywood sentiment. Okay? James Gunn is a Hollywood guy. He's the director. He's the president. He's the writer. He's the filmmaker. Inherently, by making the marketing focus on that guy, you have taken the focus away from the character, the universe, the world. And because of how anti-Hollywood so many different people are these days, the focus on Gunn becomes a focus on the Hollywood aspect of the film. And on top of that, I don't think Gunn is a universally loved guy. You know, again, it seems like there's a whole bunch of glazers that want to act like Gunn didn't get fired from Disney in a position that like altered the way many people think about him, right? It's like, it seems like people don't want to admit that like there are a lot of people that have come out to literally say Gunn is actually terrible to work with. You know, his co-writer took him to arbitration to keep her credit on Guardians 1. Like there's a lot of like weird dark stuff around Gunn specifically. I legitimately do not think he is this like dad, mentor, kind-hearted figure that he's presenting himself to be. And I think a lot of people see through it, and beyond see through it, I think they're actually irritated by it. So I think for multiple reasons, Gunn cannot be the focus of this universe moving forward. I just think that's actually something that may have held this movie way the fuck back, right? So I think the focus needs to go onto the characters, the world, the story that's being told, right? Like that I think would probably help the movie. And so if you shift the conversation into the world, the characters, and then also the spectacle surrounding this thing, I think that's probably the better move moving forward. And so I guess like through that, I would say, you know, and it really depends. The jury's kind of out on this movie. If this movie makes it to 700, then James is going to be able to do whatever he wants. They're going to focus on him forever, and like they're gonna be fine in their cooking, okay? But I think most reasonable folks are looking at this box office, looking at the market, looking at the industry, and they're like, this thing should have done better. Period. And it's worth thinking about why it did not go better. Okay? And, you know, you might not like some of these voices that are out there, but it's probably worth at least listening to hear how many of these other folks, like the retractors and the anti-woke people and all these other people, they all seem to have an issue with how James Gunn this thing is. Like they keep saying like Superman's James Gunn or something like that. Like I've seen like Gary from Nerd Erotic continue to say that. And the reality is there is a large contingent of folks that are bothered by how front and center he is. And I think they do themselves a disservice, the studio does, by making that distinction, by focusing on that. I think it could actually be why it's not doing as good as you would think. Because frankly, back when Zack made Man of Steel, not a lot of people even knew who the fuck Zack Snyder was. Like hardcore people did, but Zack wasn't out there like I remember even Kevin Smith wasn't really aware of Zack. Like I remember him on the Fat Man on Batman podcast a couple of times talking about this whole thing, talking about Man of Steel, and like Snyder was like, he wasn't like completely unknown, but he was somewhat of an unknown entity in that space. You know what I mean? And that's interesting. You know, they clearly sold Man of Steel off of like spectacle, action, the character, a new interpretation of the character, and it appears to be doing better than the modern James Gunn Superman. These are things worth thinking about. Like these are things worth breaking down. So yeah, at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of room for improvement. I actually have a poll going on right now on my Twitter. Let me see the results of the poll. So it has almost 1,000. I would recommend you guys go vote on this poll. I'd love for this thing to get over 3,000 votes, so we have like somewhat of a scientific response here. Almost 1,000 votes already. Should DC try to be less gunnified moving forward? You have 60% of folks saying yes, do less gun stuff, with only 40% of people saying no, keep the gun stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think this is actually the thing that is holding the movie back the most. And I think they need to let it go. You know what I mean? I really do. We'll see. The trouble with Supergirl is a lot of folks believe that Gunn was hands off on Superman, allowed Superman to be exactly who he needed to be. But a lot of folks, from what I've seen online, they view Supergirl as like a total James Gunn thing. Like they just feel like Supergirl being the hot mess and being the drunkard and telling him, you know, calling Superman a bitch. A lot of folks think Supergirl is way too James Gunn. And this is another reason why I think it was potentially a mistake to go from Superman into Supergirl. I mean, let me ask you this. Let me leave this segment by asking you a question. Okay, this is a very, very important question. It doesn't matter that it was from a comic. It matters how the audience will receive it. And here's why. If Superman barely makes $500 million and Supergirl makes less, how can Warner Brothers justify more of this universe? Do you understand what I'm saying here? If that actually happens, they're in a very difficult situation. Do you know what I'm saying? You might not agree, and personally, I am excited for Supergirl, but I'm also not so daft that I can't see how other folks are talking. I can't see in the numbers that it's not doing what it should, right? Like, I'm trying to be super fair here. I legitimately think this could be a mistake, and I legitimately think the DCU needs to be way less James Gunn moving forward, and I think it'll do much better. So that's my thoughts on how to make the DCU pop moving forward, because the bottom line is, guys, they need it to pop. They need Supergirl to do better. Clayface can probably not do better because it's like almost a side project and it has a much lower budget. Supergirl needs to operate at the same level as Superman or better. If there's a significant drop-off, this whole universe could go up in flames, like legitimately. So those are my thoughts. Would love to know what you think, though. Let me know. What are your thoughts, chat? And also, I kind of feel like making another coffee because we still got a lot to talk about. You know, unless you guys just want to save it for tomorrow. We're over 3 hours already? We're over 3 hours already? Okay, but anyway, let's talk about that for a little bit. What do you guys think of that? How do you think Superman, or I guess the better question is, how do you think the DCU can get it popping? How do they get it popping better than Superman? It needs to be better than Superman. Does everybody acknowledge that it needs to be better? Batman, of course. I mean, I think that's I think that's a no-brainer. I think that is also why Gunn is trying really hard to get that. Get rid of Gunn ASAP. I don't think you get rid of Gunn. You shift the attention off of Gunn. You do not need to get rid of him. He just delivered a really good Superman movie. But it is worth looking at why that Superman movie is not doing better. I think even this film would have done better had he not been so front and center in the marketing. That's what I'm saying. Superman was a good starter pack. Teen Titans. Teen Titans. Wow, that's a DC fan there. That's definitely a DC fan. He needs to fade into the background. I agree. I think he needs to fade into the background. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Don't care about the character. Give me Batman. Fair. But he won't disappear into the background like an actual exec. That's not what he is. His ego is too big. With every situation like this, there is always the opportunity for the person to self-actualize. So while you're correct to point out that's the pattern, I think if Gunn wants to grow and he wants this universe to succeed, he has to show maturity and restraint, and he has to take a step back. So we'll see. Gunn has proven himself at this point. The DCU will thrive. I think in a lot of ways, Gunn has proven himself. I think as far as being the co-president of a thriving cinematic universe, that is unproven. This is a pretty good start. I love this movie, but let's not act like this movie is dominating it so much that we're all like, oh, hell yeah, dude. This is, we're in it. This is not quite good enough to just be like, oh, dude, proven. He proved his shit. Let's see the return for week 2. Oh, I agree. I think that's going to be a super big deal. We have to see how week 2 does. I mean, it's maybe the most important week 2 in like a long ass time. Elvin says, I used to interest me to see myself in a hero, how a hero solve a relatable problem, but now there's so many heroes dealing with all these problems. Getting that fundamental question answered is now less valuable to me. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, there's definitely a sense of comic book movie fatigue here as well. Like, I definitely think that's a part of it, where it's like, if there was less bad comic movies in the past couple of years, I also think Superman would be doing a bit better, for sure. What character outside of the Justice League do you think he can pop off realistically? Character outside of the Justice League that could pop off? Well, I think that's like a silly question, because I think the obvious answer is to do the Justice League characters. Like Batman and Wonder. I think right now Wonder Woman's probably the best bet. You know, especially if he can't figure out what's going on with Matt Reeves. I mean, look, here's the perfect solution. The perfect solution is right in front of our face. The perfect solution is Matt Reeves' Batman is the DCU Batman. They tweak Batman Part 2 slightly to set him up better. Then they introduce Wonder Woman. Then they have World's Finest with Pattinson. And then they move into like some Justice League shit. Like, that's the perfect solution. If they can't get Pattinson, I kind of feel like they're fucked. Like, legitimately. Because Batman is so, like, what Matt is basically doing to them is holding on to the most valuable asset in a separate universe while they're building theirs. That is essentially what is happening. Now, Matt has every right to do that. He came in before this bullshit. He doesn't want to be a part of the team. Totally get it. But let's be real. That's what's happening right now. He's holding on to the most important toy in a separate universe. It's not Matt's fault, but that is what's happening. That is what is going to happen. Okay? So, how do they get around that? I mean, Wonder Woman maybe into World's Finest with a totally different Batman. Dude, it's tough, man. This is a tough problem, man. Not everyone likes Pattinson. We want a Batman that's going to bulk up and act like Batman. Brother, I totally fucking agree with you. I don't even like the Batman movie. I don't even like it. I didn't even finish Penguin. I don't. I would much prefer the clean slate. I'd much prefer Batman Part 2 gets canceled, if I'm going to be fucking real with y'all. But that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. You know? So they're in a tough one, man. Parker Thwips, thank you for the gifted membership, man. Really appreciate it. Shalami Leaner says, I don't think Supergirl will do good. I want it to, because the average normie might think it's woke and won't give it a chance. Oh, yeah. No, like, dude, totally. I mean, look at what just happened with Ballerina. The John Wick shit. Like, guys, just because you like it or you read a comic that makes you understand why it's a good pick, do not lose sight of the fact that this is a commercial industry and this is a global market. Like, there's all sorts of reasons to be worried about Supergirl. All sorts of reasons. And that's what I'm saying is, like, if you think about this with any sort of logic, I think you're going to figure out why I think it might have been a bad idea. Like, imagine if they went from Iron Man into, like, Iron Girl Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, that could legitimately be a massive fucking mistake, dude. And I understand what he was thinking. Like, I understand the logic. But here's the thing. Like, commercial success through blockbusters is a skill. It's a skill. It's why certain producers, presidents, and studio heads get paid the big bucks, dude. That's a skill. It's a skill not everybody has. Yeah, no? So, hey. And by the way, if I were Matt Reeves, I'd tell James Gunn to take 2 steps back and fuck his own face. Legitimately. And there's all those funny pictures of Matt Reeves at the premiere. Did you guys see the pictures from the premiere? He didn't do one interview. He ducked out behind the scenes. This dude was a shadow in the night. He was like Batman at the fucking Superman premiere. He was like, you know? He didn't want to get asked shit about that. Okay? However, I mean, there's still a scenario where they work this out. I don't know. You know, I don't really know, but whew, it's a tough one. Whew, it's a tough one. Okay, can I go make a coffee? Or should we just call the stream? We can talk about Fantastic Four and Spider-Man tomorrow. We can talk about this crazy Punisher scene with Hulk and Spider-Man. They're building a set in Glasgow. They're going to film for over a month on this one action set piece. It's really cool. We can talk about that tomorrow. Let's keep pushing it. Okay, but how about this? How about this? I'll keep pushing it, but if we go past 5 hours today, I'm taking tomorrow off. Yep. If we go over 5 hours today, I'm taking tomorrow off. You guys are like divided on it. Like, no, I actually don't think that's fair. Like, holy shit. All right, well, just look at this cool shit here while I go make another coffee. No, I actually don't think you should take off tomorrow, Josh. I don't think he should take tomorrow off. Look at this Galactus, man. Look at this Galactus. Man, this shit's gonna be so cool. This shit's gonna be so cool. All right, but hang on. Now I gotta sip my coffee a little bit before we get into the other shit, okay? You should take tomorrow off for your birthday. So what's this leaderboard thing? So Rossi is number 2 on the leaderboard? Is that for like all-time super chats and shit like that? Damn, Rossi, that's pretty impressive. It changed my chat too. You're number 3. Holy, that's crazy. Dang, that's wild. F Josh, he sucks. His mod sucked too. Yeah, and Gun, he really. Oh, he's back. Just kidding. Wait, what? No, just interaction in the stream. That's cool though. That's kind of fun. That is kind of fun. Thoughts on the Superman box office numbers? I mean, look, I've talked about it like 3 different occasions, but you know, the TLDR is their numbers that are so middle of the road that you could write whatever positive headline you wanted. You could also write whatever negative headline you wanted. I think ultimately probably good enough to keep going with the universe, but also not good enough to quiet all of the Snyder fans. You know, like frankly, if you just would make more than Snyder's movie, you would be able to kind of shut them up, man. You know, I think without making more than Man of Steel, you have not solved that problem. You have not solved that divide, if that makes sense. Joshua, thank you for the hearts, baby. Why even need to appease them? Leave them in the dust? Well, here's what I would say to that. I think a lot of studios and companies have taken that approach, and it has not worked out for them. Now, some studios have taken that approach, and it seemingly has worked out for them. Like, the jury's kind of out on Star Wars, right? I guess what I would say to you is this. Why wouldn't you want a scenario where most of the fans got together and cheered and were excited about your thing? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't you want that outcome? And this is probably one of my big criticisms of Gunn in general, is I don't think he did enough to actually bring the fan base together. He pointed out the problem. Like, he was correct when he came out and said that DC had been so fractured for so long. Like, I thought he was correct, but he didn't do shit to help. In fact, he made it worse, man. He made it worse, you know, by bringing everybody in, firing them all in the office, and then they go out and pop off on Twitter, right? I think he made it worse by announcing a 10-year plan before 3-4 separate movies came out. You know, I just, yeah. Yeah. Still butthurt? Oh, no, I'm not butthurt at all. I'm actually feeling incredible. I'm not sure what you mean. Maybe you're just projecting. But no, I mean, I actually feel like, you know, somebody was joking on the Discord and said that this is like the perfect scenario for Josh. And it kind of is, because I love the movie. That makes it so I'm able to, you know, have the conversation I just had with Rob and like really be interested and engaged. And, you know, when I woke up this morning and I did my research for it, I was legitimately like, I was having a good time, you know, looking up some of these characters, thinking through how Gunn could develop them. So I don't just like the movie. I actually love the James Gunn Superman movie. But the other thing that's kind of interesting is it's underperforming. So I kind of get to have my cake and eat it too. It's actually the best outcome for me. Like, I love the movie. I'm excited to talk about it. I think it will continue. Like, you know, like Warner Brothers, I just had, like, I don't think Warner Brothers is going to put out a $500 or $500. I don't think Warner Brothers is going to put out a $500 million thing unless they think that's what it is. Like, I don't think Gunn would say, like, it's absurd to think we got to get to 700. Like, I don't think that shit would be happening if they didn't see the numbers, if they didn't know that it's going to underperform. But having said that, I think they're going to go ahead with it. So for me, it's perfect. I get to continuously point out how Gunn fell short of Snyder. I get to continuously point out how he's probably the problem. And yet I still get to enjoy the thing he provided and make content about it. I can't fucking lose, to be honest. Like, I feel incredible. So no butthurt over here. Truly, I feel great. Ibsy says, I ain't watching that goon shit. Well, that is your prerogative, brother. That is your prerogative. I think the movie's great. I'd like to go see it again. That doesn't make sense. Well, luckily, it doesn't need to make sense to you for me to be incredibly satisfied and happy. That's a beautiful thing. Those 500 are def yours. Well, here's the thing. I feel confident in the $500 bet, but I don't feel incredibly confident. I mean, every comic book movie this year has underperformed. So if Fantastic Four also underperforms, then it's going to be a close race. I still think I got it regardless. But look, if Fantastic Four underperforms, then like we're just straight fucked, bro. Like, I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. Like, yeah. Noah says, after seeing Soups, thought it was incredible. Second time, loved it less, to be honest. It's jam-packed and easily digestible, but a lot feels like it's missing. You know what was weird for me? The second time I watched it, I actually enjoyed the first and middle parts more. However, I actually liked the third act a little bit less, which was ironic. When I first watched the movie, I really liked the third act and like the middle, and did not like the first part. So it was like a little bit of a flip, you know? DBZs now. So here's the thing, DBZs now. There's no way you're the #1 chatter unless you've changed your name. So you have obviously changed your name. You were somebody else in this community. So you are trying to act like you're not a chronically online person that's always in this chat by changing your name. Just so you know. I don't understand being happy about a movie you like underperforming. Yeah, so once again, I'd love to know who you actually are. I could probably find out. And also, yeah, I don't need you to understand. That's what's so beautiful about it. All our names have changed with the ads. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So should we find out who this guy is? Because I can go to the channel activity. Let's see here. Channel activity. Ooh, it's having trouble, like... It's having trouble 13 years ago. What? Maybe you are... have I just ignored you for years? I'm confused. Now I'm on your YouTube channel. It looks fun. So what's the name here? Or have I just been ignoring you for years? I find it crazy that you're the #1 chatter. And yet it says you have 0 timeouts, 0 hides, 0 deleted messages. The messages in the last year, it's only loading the ones from the past 2 streams. So you must have changed your name. Or the machine is like totally wrong. It's kind of weird. Okay. Is it Larold? The Beyonder says, Josh, I really can't believe you tricked me into watching that trash. I want my money back. All love though, brother. You know, honestly, oh, it's per stream? No way. So this dude has just been crazy active today, huh? Huh. Okay. Well, my bad. My bad then, man. Yeah, look, I'm sorry, DBZs. I'm sorry. I had you all wrong. DBZs now. I had you all wrong, brother. My bad. Yeah, so you know what? So the one homie had just said that he couldn't believe I convinced him to go see the movie. Man, a lot like I've been a little confused as far as how many of you guys really didn't like it, dude. Like in our Discord, like some of you guys really did not like Superman. And I'm like, wow, like that's kind of wild to me, you know? Because I'd like to believe I'm super objective. Josh giving people a hard time? Never. I've never done that. You gave it a 5.5? Get the fuck out of here, Trev. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean 5.5? When's the last time you gave a Marvel movie a 5.5? What is happening here? That's crazy. 5.5? So you just think it's shit then, basically. Or you think it's like so mid. You might like God damn it, Trev. It was an okay movie. I mean, different strokes, different folks, man. I don't know. I went in with every reason to check out. I went in with every reason to not like it. I thought it was really good. David Cornsweat was good. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. Heard. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, man. I mean, dude, it's tough because the audience scores look so strong, but then like you talk to people and like, dude, it doesn't. I'm not seeing like when Deadpool and Wolverine came out, even when Thunderbolts came out, basically everybody that saw it in this community loved it. Maybe there were a couple that thought it was not as good as others were saying, but like I'm dead ass, man. I've never encountered a movie that like the stats are telling me this many people love it. And then I go into my community and I do not feel like that's accurately represented. So I don't know what that is, you know, but wouldn't you agree that's what's happening though? Doesn't it feel like that's what's happening? It's kind of weird, huh? Okay, DBZ is now my favorite community member who I've loved for years says, I think people who have watched the animated series or other Superman media beforehand like it more. Also, children under 12 rated it 5 out of 5 according to Post Track. Yeah, that's true. It did get really good support from younger audiences, which hopefully they can like grow up with it, right? And then the next one they go and they really like it, enjoy it, etc., etc. Rossi says it's a 6.9 out of 10 for me. Interesting, man. Yeah. Your son really liked it. Okay, that's great. You couldn't mark it up to a 6 because your son liked it. You still had to give it a 5.5. You're fucking heartless, bro. Shalami Leaner says with a 5 spot, I can't believe I might like F4 than Superman. Josh, I think you will win the bet. And to be honest, I like Thunderbolts more than Superman. Oh, Thunderbolts is way better than Superman. Like, I didn't, we don't have to take the conversation this way. But to me, Thunderbolts was like fucking 9.5 out of 10. Like, dude, Thunderbolts was so good. But I will say I liked Superman even more when I watched it again. I think it's a better movie than some people are giving it credit for. And I know this is going to sound like cope, but some of the things people are saying are like simple or dumb or not as fun or whatever. Like, I almost feel like the movie's not getting enough credit for being as subtle as it is. Like, being subtle is not the same thing as being unsophisticated. Right? So I actually think Superman is a better film than a lot of people are giving it credit for. But I also do not think it's as good as Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts was special to me. Not to say Superman wasn't special, but Thunderbolts was like, I had the feeling watching it, like, literally, I had the feeling watching it, like, oh, thank God, they can still actually make incredible films. Because I wasn't sure, because guess what? Deadpool and Wolverine is not one of them. So it's been literally years before I have personally felt Marvel is making fire films again. Years. Thunderbolts is the first one. Dead ass. No, Deadpool Wolverine is sloppy as fuck, bro. It's really fun. But Deadpool Wolverine is not Marvel magic. It is not. Dude, Thunderbolts wasn't good. Oh, I disagree. I disagree, bro. I love sloppy fun. Yeah, I bet you do, Carl. Better wrap it up. The movie is a throwback to when comic book movies tried to be like comics. Nowadays, they try to be believable to an extent. I think that's fair. I think that's absolutely a fair point. What does it say about the marketplace if that doesn't drive money, though? You know? So there's still a lot we have to see. Still a lot we got to figure out. That's bullshit. Deadpool and Wolverine is incredible. Nope. Sorry, no way, bro. Like, I'm sorry, there's no way. It's incredibly fun. It's an incredibly great time. It was an incredible experience. I had an incredible time watching it. It is the worst Deadpool movie. It is not even top 10 Marvel movies. Deadpool and Wolverine ain't that great, bro. We need our community to watch more movies. Well, nobody's obligated to have sophisticated taste either. You know what I mean? Like, you know, people can come in and like what they like. And at the end of the day, the market is sort of like the collective of that, you know? It was literally just a cash grab. Well, I don't know that it was a cash grab. I think it was a movie that they couldn't quite figure out how to make it good and fan servicey at the same time. And so they went with fan servicey. They probably made the right call. But, yeah. MK Matt says, I liked it, but too many holes in logic / undeveloped ideas were just to accept. Also, lacked a real arc. It felt like a series of events stitched together. Some of that went away for me a little bit because I really did feel like the arc was, like, character focused. I tried to talk about this in my review a bit. I think people are being a little too unkind to Superman because I think it actually does have a focus, but it's a focus through the lens of like questions about Superman. And the way the other characters have questions about Superman, like there are scenes that Superman is not in that are still about Superman. Lex talking to the military people, Lois talking to Guy Gardner. You know what I mean? Like Clark hangs over the entire film in a way that I think people are not giving it credit for. I think it's sophisticated. I think it's a little more sophisticated than people are giving it credit for. But at the same time, it does sort of devolve into, okay, we're going to do this, then this, and wrap it all up. Which is why on the second viewing, I was like, oh man, the third act isn't as strong as I thought. But the rest of it's a little bit better than I thought, you know? Okay, let me get through these chats and we're going to talk about F4. Because Brixie says it's 4 a.m. and I'm waiting for F4 talk before I go to sleep, Josh. Jesus. Okay. Holy shit. DBZ now says Deadpool and Wolverine was terribly filmed. When you rewatch it, it's a slog. Yeah. Deadpool 3 is like Superman. I had fun watching them, but it didn't like them. Fair. And then the Ethical Prod says, much love, Nerd Vengers. Hey, appreciate you. Rossi says with a 10 spot, my favorite scene was Clark and Lois talking on the fighting the neon monster. Oh, yeah, that was good. The ending felt out of nowhere. I felt like a Tune Next Week ending. It made me want to watch the next episode. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair, man. That is fair. The kid with the Superman flag felt like a Black Adam scene. Yeah, that scene doesn't really perfectly work for me either. But, yeah. F4 in 30 minutes. No, we're going to start it right now. Let me sip this coffee. Okay, so let's talk about Fantastic Four. I guess maybe the way you guys want to start the conversation is probably to talk about the numbers, right? Like everybody's so curious what's happening with the Fantastic Four numbers. And just like with Superman, it's really swingy. So, you know, Box Office Theory came out and said they think it's going to open at 160. Well, if we've learned any goddamn thing over the past couple of weeks, it's that we cannot take Box Office Theory seriously. I mean, who knows? Maybe they adjusted their numbers down a little bit because, or up a little bit because of what happened with Superman. But the clear thing, guys, and this is actually a statistic that came out from Superman, literally more than half of the business, it was either 49% or 51% of business for Superman over the weekend was walk-up business. That is why we are having such trouble tracking these films. Now, if you'll remember when it came to Superman, out fucking landish numbers several weeks ago. Remember when people thought this thing was going to open at 180 domestic? It opened to 125. That is way fucking lower than 180. Okay? So what do we know about Fantastic Four? Well, we know it's basically guaranteed to open over 100 million. I forget who was talking about this. There was a very good reporter that was talking about the tracking for the film and basically confirmed that it will be over 100 million. Now, what does that mean? Just means it's going to beat the previous 2 Marvel movies. So if you're paying attention, if you're tracking what I'm saying here, we have hard data that suggests that Fantastic Four is operating at a much higher level than Captain America and Thunderbolts. Now, that might seem obvious. That might be obvious to you, but I think considering that Thunderbolts was much better than Captain America, but technically did worse, there was a bit of concern that the overall quality of Marvel would hurt the Fantastic Four, and we might be looking at like a really bad opener. So the first thing you got to realize is this thing is opening at over 100 million worldwide and domestic. That is pretty much confirmed. Okay? Next thing you got to know. Superman had a period where its pre-sales slowed way down. Okay? So remember about a week before it came out, there were different people, including Deadline and Jeff Snyder, that both came out and said the pre-sales have stalled out. Okay. Still not 100% sure why that happened. You know, it seems like the international audience just really put up some kind of filter, and they're not really fucking with Superman like that. Maybe it was the MAGA stuff, although that seemed to happen a little bit later with the immigrant story and all that sort of stuff, right? Maybe it was the trailers, because I got to tell you, I didn't love some of the later trailers. I felt like some of the scenes just seemed goofy. It seemed a little silly. And now having seen the movie, I definitely feel like some of the marketing was bad. Okay. However, that happened. Okay. That was something that happened. And the reason we need to talk about that is because that did not happen for Fantastic Four. So one of the things that has happened over the last week, a lot of folks thought that Fantastic Four's pre-sales would slow down as Superman came out. And that makes sense, right? That makes sense. Superman's out. That's where the focus is at. You would expect a lot fewer folks would be out there pre-selling, pre-ordering tickets while that's coming on. However, that's not what happened. And in fact, the pre-sales for Fantastic Four grew steadily through the release of Superman. Now, we don't have a full ass number. We will probably get a few ranges that are thrown out this week. I would imagine the range will be something like 120 to $150 million. Okay? If it overperforms, you could potentially see it going to 160 domestic, which would be insane. That would be like Minecraft numbers. Like, that would be really crazy. Or you could see it kind of operate maybe at the level of Superman, you know, low 20s, mid 20s. Okay? That's domestic. Okay? Now, internationally, Fantastic Four is operating way better than Superman. I don't fully understand it. It's still possible that it comes soft, in the international numbers. But as somebody just pointed out in the chat, Pedro Pascal seems to be a foolproof way to get certain audiences around the world really fucking engaged. Frankly, guys, I'm still not completely sold on Pedro as Reed Richards. But from the business perspective, he is a way bigger draw than both Superman, Lois, Nicholas Hoult, and James Gunn combined. Now, I know a lot of you guys don't like Pedro. Like, there's a lot of people that don't like Pedro. If you think that extends to like his career, you're just not paying attention. Like, you know, I'm trying not to be rude about this, but like, if you think certain groups on the internet having a problem with Pedro is affecting his career at all, you are definitely not paying attention. This dude is fucking crushing it. Okay? So Pedro is obviously a big get. He's a big draw. Marvel still has a lot of goodwill left in the tank despite fucking it up for years. You know what I mean? Like, you might not think it's fair. You might not think they deserve it. But it's pretty obvious that even though there have been a lot of misses for Marvel, way more than DC, Marvel fans still remember the good times. Marvel fans are still hoping that each one could be another good one. And Fantastic Four so far does seem to be operating under a level where folks think it's going to be way better than the other ones. Right? So I think that this movie has certain advantages over Superman. And I think even if it opens exactly at the level that Superman did, which I think it's going to actually open higher, but let's say it opens at exactly the same level that Superman does, I think it legs out while also cutting the legs out from under Superman. Okay, so look, different folks are viewing this differently. I think Grace thinks that this movie's going to really underperform. You can kind of read between the lines in some of the stuff she was saying yesterday, where she's like, I think Superman can leg out to 700. When I talked to some folks about Superman yesterday, a lot of folks were like, yeah, no, you could see it getting to 700. But then when I would bring up Fantastic Four coming out 2 weeks after it opened, taking half of its premium screens, if not more, most people then would adjust it and say, yeah, I think Superman's probably screwed. Okay? So, like, unless Fantastic Four is considered a massive fucking disappointment, unless the critic scores are terrible, and unless the audience scores are terrible, I think Fantastic Four probably, my personal prediction right now, it opens close to 140 domestic and probably even at 115, 120 worldwide. That would put it at like that 250 mark where we thought Superman would open. Like it would, I think it's going to open slightly above Superman, right? And then I would imagine it will have stronger legs than Superman, especially in its week 3, 4, 5, and 6, right? So that's kind of the way that I'm viewing it right now. But we'll see. I mean, the worst case scenario, right, is that there is just so much fatigue of comic book movies, but also Marvel itself. If people are really, really over Marvel in a way that, like, I'm not seeing, right, then sure, you could see this movie operate lower, like maybe low 5s, maybe even in the 4s, which would be really bad. I just don't see that happening. I think enough folks are interested in Fantastic Four. Like, dude, its pre-sales are just way higher than the other Marvel movies. Its trailer viewership is way higher than the other Marvel movies. I also would tell you this. I think the marketing for Fantastic Four has perfectly dialed up over the past couple of weeks, and almost all of my personal issues with the movie are gone. Like, literally, all of them. Like, I didn't love female Silver Surfer. Number one, she seems hot. Number two, it's obvious they did this so that Johnny would have a romantic thing with her, and that makes me forgive it a little bit more. The Ben stuff with, Clobber in Time totally makes sense. Reed Richards, from the first 30 minutes we've seen, he's calling all the shots. I was worried about that. Galactus looks fucking incredible. Bit worried about that. The marketing over the past few weeks has done nothing but make me more excited. It has reassured me of what I thought we were probably going to get with like some of the middle trailers, because it just looks so fucking good. First of all, I think it looks crispy as fuck. So good. It has a vibe of like truly being like space horror. Like it reminds me of like an 80s science fiction horror movie. The scale seems so grand. The way they shot it looks so beautiful, realistic. The family itself, god damn, they seem great together. The camaraderie, the chemistry is just so perfect and on point there. We don't really even know too much crazy shit about Franklin, in the movie. We know Galactus is looking for Franklin, of course, and wants Franklin. But guys, there's so much more, and then that doesn't even get into the post-credit scenes. So look, slight spoilers here. I'm not going to tell you what the post-credit scenes are, but right now the rumors, and you got to take these with a major grain of salt, but the rumors are you're going to get a post-credit scene that shows you Chris Evans, and you're going to get a post-credit scene that shows you Doctor Doom. And I'm not here to say that Superman should have done differently, but I would just say that the Superman post-credit scenes are lame. They don't do shit. Okay? And And that's fine. Gunn didn't want to do that. He didn't want to, he didn't want to make it like that about the next big thing. He didn't want to blah, 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 blah. But Kevin Feige is conversely to that attitude, swinging for the absolute fucking fences in these post-credit scenes. So the movie itself's crispy, looks epic. I think it's going to win people over. The post-credit scenes are going to be so insane. If they are what I think they are, my God, that's going to boost the sales, right? So that's my take on Fantastic Four, the box office, where I think it's at right now. We're going to get some more numbers soon, but that's the way I slice it. That's the way I think it. I think Fantastic Four gets up over 700 million, maybe even close to 8 after it's all said and done. And I think Superman fails to get to 6. That's just currently my prediction. I could be way wrong, though. So we'll see. Ibako says, enjoying a nice pint at the hotel bar while the wife and baby nap. Oh, that sounds great, man. Unite, Nerd Avengers for life. Hope everyone is having a great day. Man, that sounds like a nice little moment. That's a nice little moment for dad, man. Enjoy that shit. There's a new trailer for the Invincible game. Well, that's cool. I'm excited for that game, man. That's going to be fun. Gunn is promoting connections in the film. The characters, the Easter eggs in the film are the MCU post-credit scenes. They are woven into the film rather than being an addendum. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. Like, he can do that. But it's up to the market. Like, the market decides if they like that or not. The market decides if that's the way to do it. I'm not saying like, oh, Gunn obviously fucked it up. But I'll tell you this. I don't know that I'll wait through those scenes next time I see it in the theater. But the second or third time I see Fantastic Four, I will be fucking glued to that seat for the duration. So, all I can speak to is how I view it. And one of these is going to turn me on. One of these is fine. It's whatever, Josh, will you not cover Transformers Michael Bay return? I mean, we talked about it a little bit last week. I think it's cool. I like Michael Bay. Didn't love his Transformers movies. I thought the first one was good. So, we'll see. It's kind of interesting that he's coming back. I don't really think there's too much else to get into, though. Until we know, like, what's the story? Does he have a writer's room, et cetera, et cetera? Did you get any of the Superman merch at the theaters? No. And you know what else? I went to the mall, and I was looking for Superman merch. Bro, weak amount of Superman merch out there. Like, I went into FYE or FYI. FYE, I think. It had, like, barely anything. It was, like, this little, like, end thing. Went into Hot Topic, barely anything. Like, what the hell? I want more. Josh, is that the Watcher or Galactus? It's Galactus, brother. Yep, it's Galactus. Bought my first CD there in 99. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Play the clip of him? The clip of who? Galactus? Eh? What the hell are you talking about? Hey, man, what the hell are you even talking about? Floss Angelus for the 20. Goddamn. Says, aren't there 2 Franklin Richards, theoretically? Multiverse Madness Reed confirmed he had children. Wonder if they will tie that in. Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, 838 was that universe. This is 828. So that's kind of interesting. It did seem like they had the children. Will that amount to anything? I'm not really sure. Multiple Franklins? Maybe. The Maker? Give me some Maker action? Dude, that would be sick. I did not get the Galactus popcorn bucket. I actually did want to head out today and maybe get it, though. So, yeah. You know what I do want to talk about, though, guys? I want to talk about this Spider-Man shit, dude. Can we talk about this Spider-Man shit? So, Spider-Man Brand New Day. A lot of crazy rumors, a lot of crazy things going on with this film. We just got some comments from Tom Holland, which I thought were fascinating. And beyond just being fascinating, I can give you further context here. Okay, so Spider-Man Brand New Day to feature real locations and practical effects. Marvel Spider-Man Brand New Day will begin production in Glasgow, Scotland on August 1st, 2025, while Tom Holland reprised his role as Peter Parker / Spider-Man, revealed that the movie will focus on old school filmmaking and shooting in real locations. In an interview with Flip Your Wig, Holland said Spider-Man Brand New Day will use practical effects and classic filmmaking techniques. The production will prioritize shooting in real-world locations rather than relying heavily on CGI or virtual sets. Holland also said that the previous Spider-Man movie, No Way Home, was limited by COVID protocols. But with the new film, the team can now go bigger and be more authentic with practical sets. Also, a major action sequence will be filmed on the streets of Glasgow, he said. We are going to use the streets of Glasgow for this massive set piece that we are putting together. Okay, so we'll stop there. Oh, you know what? Let's read the quotes and then I'll give you the context, okay? Holland said we were really restricted with what we could do in the last movie because of COVID. Now we're really going to lean into the old school filmmaking and shoot real locations. We're going to use the streets of Glasgow for this massive set piece that we are putting together, he added. It's going to feel like a breath of fresh air. Fans are going to be over the moon with what we are putting together. Okay, so. Couple of things we got to say about this, okay? First of all, for the last 2 years, that's not hyperbole. That's actually fucking facts, man. For the last 2 years, we've been having this ongoing discussion about how Kevin Feige and Tom Holland wanted this next Spider-Man movie to be grounded. And Sony wanted it to be multiversal and spectacle, okay? Now, to be completely honest with you guys, and a lot of you already know this, I was actually on the other side of this thing compared to many of you. So many of you wanted street-level Spider-Man, and I was like, I don't really care. I would prefer the multiversal stuff. Like, I'm all good with that, right? So out of curiosity, throw a 1 into the chat if you guys are excited that we are actually getting live-action Spider-Man. So that's the first part here. However, I did want to say that after hearing these comments from Tom, and after hearing his comments about working with Nolan, because Tom Holland just got done working with Christopher Nolan, who's considered the GOAT, at least of the current, living filmmakers. And, they shot this really big, crazy movie. And Tom just said it was amazing to watch this guy work, to watch their whole unit work. There's a reason they're the best in the game and all that sort of stuff, okay? And, the more I thought about this from his perspective, he's probably really thinking in terms of, like, legacy. And superhero movies and Spider-Man and doing the Spider-Man thing, obviously, a lot of computer graphics, CGI work, and tons of visual effects and all sort of stuff. I would imagine if you're a person like Tom, thinking about your own career, thinking about the history of cinema, your own legacy and all this sort of stuff, I would imagine his perspective shifts away from money and into more legacy. Now, part of the reason is because he could retire today and live off the residuals for Endgame and Infinity War for the rest of time. He does not have to think about money. Okay? But you think about what he did with, like, Bureau, which I think is, like, a ridiculous fucking project. But what does it indicate? It indicates that Tom is thinking about his legacy, his brand, his own world outside of just Spider-Man, Marvel, etc. Okay, so you take that mentality, you take these ideas and thoughts, and you just hear how he talked about Nolan and shit. And I bet, dead ass, he probably has a lot of friends or people that are in the industry, and they're just not giving him the flowers, the accolades, the respect, the legacy that he might think he deserves. And he's probably looking at some of the contemporaries or some of the people like even Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. did the Marvel thing, obviously made a big impact, but then he leaves and wins an Oscar. Okay, so now he's Oscar-winning Robert Downey Jr. when he comes back to Marvel. And like, as all this stuff is going through my mind, I was able to appreciate a little bit more why Tom has wanted classic filmmaking, why he wanted it to be more street level and grounded. Ironically, I think he's looking for a little bit more of what the Superman movie was trying to do, and that is to like give us a really authentic Peter Parker in a way that maybe other versions have not. Also, Tom Holland's Spider-Man has been somewhat of the lackey of Tony. You know, technically, the end of No Way Home, for the first time ever, actually sets this character up on the right stage at the right time. This is Peter, you know, struggling to pay rent, shitty little apartment in New York City. Nobody knows who he is, listening to police scanners, sewing his own costume together. That's Spider-Man. And so I can kind of appreciate a little bit more why he wanted to do this and why he's excited about it. Now, the other thing that you really need to keep in mind here is these comments about the massive set piece on the streets of Glasgow. Okay, so just a couple of weeks ago, after it was basically confirmed that Hulk's the villain and Punisher's in the movie and all that sort of stuff, okay? So after that happened, Alex Perez came out and said they are building an action set piece for this film. They are pushing technology for this sequence. It is going to be shot with mostly practical effects, and it will take over a month to shoot this scene. Okay? When Alex said that, we were like, oh, shit. Like, that's crazy. Over a month, practical sets? Wow. But now, to hear Tom himself say, we are going to use the streets of Glasgow for this massive set piece that we are putting together, does that not, A, confirm that that's real, but B, show you that that's a significant part of the movie? And the other thing you got to keep in mind here is this is Destin Daniel Crichton. This is the guy that gave us Shang-Chi, which was dope, which was great, had a lot of practical effects, wire work, you know, the martial arts choreography. It's that guy. It's Tom Holland Spider-Man. It's John Bernthal as the Punisher. It's Mark Ruffalo as the frickin' Hulk. And it seems like they're trying to give us one of the best action sequences ever put into comic book movies that will also be shot with practical effects using classic old school cinematic techniques. And I'm excited. I'm excited by it. I think this is really interesting. What exactly is this sequence, right? Because that's obviously the next part. Yeah, Hulk practical effects. Exactly, Carl. Now you got your thinking cap on. So, what does this look like outside of like a ton of steroids and green paint? Well, they say the streets of Glasgow. Okay, so what I think they're going to do is build New York City. And I would expect this is busy traffic, downtown Manhattan, maybe even Times Square. Or it's on a busy bridge or something, but I would imagine it's traffic. I think this sequence is going to be a version of the scene from The Matrix, in The Matrix 2. Because remember, they build a highway. I don't know if you guys know this. They built a whole ass highway to shoot those sequences in The Matrix. And I think it's going to be on a busy street. I think it's going to be Punisher going nuts trying to take down the Hulk. And I think it's going to be Peter trying to stop all the damage from happening. Because I don't think Frank's going to really care too much about collateral damage. And I think Frank's going to use explosives, missiles, bombs. I think it's going to be fucking crazy. Like rocket launchers, maybe even the War Machine armor or something like that. And I think that's basically the scene. Is like Hulk's rampaging, Punisher's trying to stop him, and Peter is trying to stop that fight from hurting other people. Right? So that's kind of the way that I see it going down, and that excites me. That excites me quite a bit because Frank is one of those characters where, like, look, he's obviously very efficient, he's very militant, but against normal opponents, against like your average person, you can't really show Frank executing the full power of his arsenal and military abilities. But because it's the Hulk, he will be able to go no holds bar. He will use all the weapons, all the veracity, all of his militant mind. He is going to go balls to the fucking wall in a way that I don't even think Tony would go against Hulk. So I think that's cool, man. Now I wonder, like, how's this going to translate for other folks? Like, how will they be excited about it? Well, I got to say, in the era of, like, you look at Quantumania, which was like fucking green screen goddamn disaster of a film. And it's just so weird, sloppy, and all over the place. It's trying to tell you about like multiverse, this, blah, blah, blah. At a time when all of that shit is a little trite and overplayed, Spider-Man, Punisher, Hulk, old school filmmaking, Destin Daniel Cretton, very, very crazy action, practical effects. Like that does seem like they're selling something different at the very least. We'll see. We'll see how fans respond. But that's the news, man. That's the news. And I'm excited about it. I think it's going to be cool. Would love to know what you think, though. What do you think, chat? Randon says, bro, get your Guatemalan steroids and play the Hulk in Spider-Man Brand New Day. I know, right? Maybe I should. Yeah, maybe I should. Plus, there's a bunch of minor Spider-Man villains, too. Correct. So, Boomerang, Shocker, Scorpion, Tarantula, Tombstone. These villains are supposed to be in it as well. Just got here. What did I miss? Full recap. Well, let's see how long we've been going here. 4 hours! Holy shit. All right, we should probably get out of here soon, huh? Hulk needs to look good without glasses. True. Double true. You ain't wrong. Hey, you ain't wrong, though. Breaking. The sun has released a 160,000 mile long plasma filament. Well, that doesn't seem good. Oh, well. A thick, powerful, long stream. Hell yeah. I want Maestro Hulk. Me too, man. I would like the Maestro, for sure. I just don't know if now's the time, but yeah, I would like that. Josh, I know is giving you shit about how short your streams are, but today you hit a park. We need more longer streams like this, and I'm sure most of us, if not all of us, would agree. Keep it up. So I can take tomorrow off? Is that what you're saying? We could take tomorrow off, and then that way save it for a longer one, man. You know what I mean? Andrew says, right, it's slick. They're taking a step back in order to take a couple steps forward, grounded and hardcore. Totally here for it. Also, Warhammer. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Oh, hell yeah. We're not at 5 hours in. I know. That's true. I should probably get out of here so I can go edit some clips and work on some videos and whatnot. But I thought it was a pretty good stream today, man. Real talk. When will Rob and Josh make a podcast? I don't know. I mean, maybe someday. I mean, I just like being it. I just like having a good friend. You know, you guys love him. He's a popular YouTuber, and he's willing to get on here and talk, you know, nerdy shit with me. I think that's a blessing, man. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm not going to ask too much more of Rob. You know? Hey, Randon! Thank you for 5 gifted memberships, baby! Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, man. What happened to the Nerd Hammer podcast? So I'm still working on the Nerd Hammer podcast. Frankly, like, Nerd of the Rings and myself, we recorded a couple of episodes. Matt had to step away from the project. He has some other things going on. So I'm kind of recalibrating a bit. But I did record an episode with Chapter Master Valrak. I have a lot of other guests lined up, so I'm still trying to do it. I actually have 2 separate Warhammer channels I'm trying to launch, so we'll see how it goes, though. Floss Angelus, goddamn, $50? That is very generous, man. Appreciate you. Maybe I will stream tomorrow now. Would have been dope if entries in the Multiverse Saga were from one of 3 or 4 different universes. I agree. Yeah, I think that would have been good. Without knowing which universe they're in until the end credits seem Multiverse of Madness being a Civil War level entry that connects them all. Yeah, you know, there was a time when I thought maybe they would do this because there's actually a moment in Quantumania where they go to 616, but it's 616B. And it seemed like there were 4 branches. So I was like, dude, I wonder if they're going to cook with that. But I don't know if maybe they were thinking about it or whatever. Maybe they just thought it would be too much and they dropped it. I'm not really sure. But I agree with you. I think in hindsight, that would have been a good way to give structure to the multiverse shit, you know? So I agree. Perez, thank you for a gifted membership, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I know I missed this by a bit, but I'm in and out of the car. Were you talking about Maxwell Lord controlling people with nanites? Do you think Mr. Terrific putting nanites into his friends will matter? So, no, Maxwell Lord can control people with he actually has mind-controlling powers. The nanites were injected into people to turn them into All-Max, which were like robots. Technically, this is started by Maxwell Lord, but the program becomes sentient, so, it's basically like Age of Ultron, or Ultron a little bit. So, Brother 1 or Brother I was a AI program created by Batman. It then gets taken over by Maxwell Lord, and he, like, corrupts it. The program itself then merges both systems and forms its own identity, and then becomes, like, a Ultron. And yeah, it's the OMAX. Do I keep saying Olmac? You guys know me. Sometimes I gotta say shit just slightly wrong. But yeah, the OMAX. So that's what happens there. Yeah. But Maxwell Lord has mind control abilities, kind of like the Purple Man. He actually, yeah. Metallo. Shut your mouth about Metallo, huh? Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth about that. Old Mac. Yeah. Old Mac from the Legends of the Hidden Temple. Exactly. 100%. Old Big Mac. That's actually, dude, I'm kind of hungry. Appreciate you. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, everybody. Hey, guys. Let's get some W's in the chat. I thought that was a good-ass stream, man. Can we get some W's in the chat? I thought that was a good-ass stream, guys. Lot of news, lot of information. You know, we nerded out super strong about DC. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I enjoyed it. There's a lot I'm looking forward to. So we'll see. We'll see how it all goes. Hopefully Superman can continue to make money, have a really good weekend too. But I also think there's a lot of room for improvement, and they need to do better. So hopefully that's what happens. Anyway, I'll see you guys. Clips will drop probably in a couple hours. Probably won't have a video out today, but we'll have some videos out this week. I'll be at it tomorrow still. We'll do it. Maybe we'll do a shorter stream tomorrow. We'll see. But either way, man, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Much love. And as I always say, I hope you are having an awesome and a nerdy day. And I'll see you in the next video. Is everybody gone? Did everybody leave? Leave. Oh man. What a happy landing, man. I'm feeling good, you know? I thought that was a good stream, and you know, most of all, I just wanted to have fun today. You know, I felt like there was maybe a temptation to sort of focus on the numbers, and I think there's still a lot of questions there. But at the end of the day, this group is the nerdiest, right? So we're probably going to be, even if the comic book movie genre diminishes, we are all still very likely to be here and be enjoying it. So let's do that. Why the fuck not? And I'm not saying we can't argue about it. Man of Steel's better. Zack Snyder's better. I agree. But I also am excited to see, you know, what happens next. Where do we go from here? I hope we get to see that, man. That Blackest Night. Like, dude, come on. Whew. I hope we get to see it, man. Okay. Yeah. Totally, Trev. Totally. All right, everybody. Much love, man. I got to get out of here. I'm losing my mind. Appreciate you, though. Do me a favor, though, would you? Open up your third eye and wash out your stinky, stinky, stinky butt hole.